Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So we're doing the energetic mechanics in the nervous system, and really it's two sides of the same coin. And we're going to talk about like both sides. Sometimes when you're treating the nervous system, you're treating part of the energy body, and when you're treating specific parts of the energy body, you're impacting very specific parts of the nervous system. So I was going to go through and talk out the energy anatomy, and then why we're targeting this part of the nervous system, so that later when we go through and say we're treating an arthritic condition, you can see why, if we start integrating parts of an energetic approach combined with symptom oriented approaches and even deeper like system oriented approaches, where we're targeting the system that would directly impact, for example, lymphatic function or muscular function, like with cramping and splinting of the joints. We can have this like multifaceted approach to go through and address things. And if you already have a little bit of a background in energy mechanics, or some sort of energy healing, it helps you gain a greater understanding of why to work a particular thing and why to work it harder than you probably already do, right? So this is like an exploration. I'm gonna kind of talk about the energy part, the neurological part, and we're going to do some practice, and then we're going to open each segment up for questions and like a conversation of sorts. So first are the health rays and inner health rays, and these are perpendicular lines that come out from the pores of your skin. And so sometimes you see pictures excuse me, of like of Mary or Ganesha, where there's all these perpendicular lines around the person, right? So on one level, this suggests sort of vitality, right? When we think of the health rays, if you have any background in energetic anatomy, the health rays are tied to your ability to absorb energy into the body and to expel energy from the body. Just like you breathe in good, healthy air and you expel off the old used air. Your energy body does the same thing, and it does it through health rays. So as you are functioning in your normal everyday life, you're drawing in healthy prana and you're expelling off old used up energy, right? Now, you could say, from an energetic point of view, the rate of healing in any given particular area is dependent on the quality of the health rays, how well they're functioning. So if you have a bad shoulder, you could look at it from the point of view, the muscles are tight, there's an injury, the nerves are being pinched, there's all those components. But if you look at it from an energetic point of view, those health rays in that area are shortened, they're droopy, which means they're not drawing in energy like they should, they're not kicking energy off like they should, and a lot of times they're entangled, right? So your ability to take in energy in that area is diminished, your ability to kick energy off is diminished. So why is it important for energy to be going into that area? Think of energy as the fuel or gasoline that drives all the body's processes, right? So if an area doesn't have a sufficient amount of energy, the process of healing or overcoming the difficulty in that part of your body actually is tied to the quality of the health rays. So if you can't pull energy in, the area heals at a much slower rate, or maybe even not at all. It becomes a degenerative condition. So a place where you could see this in a very acute kind of setting is like when you get a cold and flu, right? You get the flu, and you shake it off, the virus is gone, the bacterial infection is gone, the symptoms are diminishing, but you feel blah, like I just don't have energy. I still feel tired. I still feel fatigued. I feel like I need to sleep more. I just feel blah, right? If you look at the person, the health rays still haven't straightened out after the illness, right? All the health rays are droopy and they're a little bit entangled, and there's not energy moving in and out. So your body's ability to revitalize itself, right? Your body's ability to revitalize itself has been diminished. So you're constantly drawing energy in and out dependent on the quality of the health rays. So again, there is a health ray for every pore of your skin, right? So every little pore that there's health rays that are going out all around your body. And internally, the inner health rays continue to go in from that pore all the way into the bone, right? So there's the outer health rays that if you're clairvoyant, you could see like these little lines around a person. But if you look within the body's ability to energize particular areas is partially dependent on the quality of the health rays that go from the skin to the bone, right? From the skin to the bone. So basically, when we're saying this energy, we're saying essence, right? We're saying essence, and the body being the form, right? So what makes the body heal is the interaction between the form and essence, or the fuel or energy that comes in to stimulate the body's processes, right? Now, if we step back from the idea of energetic mechanics and we go like, I don't know about that, like that's all sounds like a funky woo-woo thing. I don't know, it sounds made up in your head. Long time ago I was there too. Like I was like, I don't know about that. I would think very concretely. I would think like, okay, I don't know about the energy thing, but the nervous system I get, right? So whenever you're working the health rays, part of what you're doing is you're beginning to balance out what you would call the autonomic nervous system, or the autonomic nervous system divides into sympathetic function and then parasympathetic function. You would know this as the sympathetic being fight flight, and the parasympathetic function being rest and repair, right? So in the nervous system, this is the involuntary part of your nervous system. This is the part that drives a lot of your body's processes without you thinking about it. When you move your arms and your legs, you're working a different part of your nervous system that is voluntary. It's the somatic nerves. Like you think, I'm going to move my arm, so I'm moving it. You don't think like, okay, my liver, I'm going to digest this food, I'm going to release a little bile, I'm going to release some hormones. You don't think about any of that. It's just in motion, right? It's just things that are happening in the body that you're completely unaware of, or you don't have to think about it to make it happen. Like your arm, you have to kind of think about it to make it happen. Your liver, your gut, your breathing, you don't have to think about. There is things in motion already, right? So another way of saying fight flight is just activity, right? Just action and activity, right? If certain parts of the body or are in conflict, like say you have an injured joint, for example, or an injured liver, right? Some of your body responds because it realizes that something's compromised, so it goes into like a red alert, like something's wrong, we need to respond to this, we need to respond to the environment, we need to respond to the stimuli, right? So the sympathetic part of the nervous system isn't just about fight flight, it's just also about like action and activity. When you're up and doing things, your body is in a very different state. Even the automatic things that are happening in the body, it's in a very different state than when you're sleeping. When you're sleeping, your nervous system, still involuntary, is doing different things, but it's more in rest and repair mode, right? It's more in let's go through and repair the liver, let's go through and repair the joint, let's go through and do whatever needs to be done, let's do a little housekeeping, right? So why this is important, you can see in the energy anatomy, it has to do with vitality in your body's ability to recover, right? Why would it be part of, like, when you see Ganesha, all the health rays symbolize something. When you see Mary, all those health rays symbolize something. So it looks like rays from the sun, right? This is a play between essence and form, right? This is a play between your form being your body and the animating essence that comes through that we would call life force, right? So on one level, you could say that the quality of the health rays is dependent on the quality or the amount of life force that is passing through our body. The more essence there is, the stronger and the straighter that the health rays. Like if you spend a lot of time exercising, your health rays are very vibrant and strong. If you spend a lot of time sitting on the couch watching Netflix, health rays maybe might not be as great. Still good, but not as great, right? And so the quality of the health rays is dependent on how much energy is passing through, right? Now, if you look at this idea of fight, flight, and rest and repair, it is literally the play in your nervous system of essence and form, right? So we would think of times of being stressed out as being part of sympathetic activity, part of fight flight. You know, we got agitated, something happened, something displaced us, we need to do something, something's happening, we're reacting, right? Where rest and repair, it's a time where everything's condensing, the body's repairing itself, the form is being taken care of, right? And in this place, it becomes easier to let go of something, right? It becomes easier to let go of something emotionally. It becomes easier to have the body heal. And you could say the quality of this interplay, but especially the quality of interaction of the rest and repair mode, directly dictates the quality of our thought processes, right? Because this aspect of sympathetic and parasympathetic, or fight, flight, and rest and repair, it impacts digestive tract, heart function, respiratory function, immune function, your stress response. It actually even impacts your ability or potential for social interaction. It impacts your ability to release emotions. Like when you're dreaming at night, you're processing something, you're in rest and repair. You're processing something or letting something go in dream time, right? And so all of these aspects, which we're going to be going into even deeper next week in the vagus nerve class, all of these aspects are tied to the play between sympathetic and your parasympathetic part of your nervous system, or fight, flight versus rest and repair. They're constantly pushing and pulling, pushing and pulling, pushing and pulling. And you could say the play between your fight, flight, and rest and repair is actually tied to the creative process. This is why you see it around Ganesha. This is why you see it as a thing about overcoming obstacles. Basically, if you take it even deeper, Like, I don't want to make this super confusing, but it's interesting. So even if you don't kind of understand quite what I'm saying, it's still kind of a little curious to hear, right? Your parasympathetic nervous system, or the rest and repair mode, is tied more to the form, which means it's tied more to the elements, right? The elements, right? Earth, air, water, fire, and ether, right? So your rest and repair mode is tied to these elements, which are like they're building blocks. They're kind of fixed. Like you have potentials in your physical body, in your emotional body, your mental body, that are made up of these particular aspects. The sympathetic activity, which is your fight flight activity, is tied to the animation of those elements, right? So one side is the elements themselves. The second side is the animating factor that makes elements do whatever they're going to do. So if you're super stressed out, then it makes the elements, things in your body, behave or perform in a certain way, right? Like if you're stressed out, all of a sudden you start having stress related conditions, you start getting headaches, you start getting migraines, your blood pressure goes up, your blood sugar might like fluctuate, your body tension increases, your jaws clench, whatever it is, right? This is dictated on how activated or the quality of what the sympathetic nervous system or the fight flight system is doing. If it's regulated, right? If it's relatively regulated and not like overstimulated, then your body is in a more relaxed state. Everything's functioning more like it should. If it's overstimulated and fight flight, it starts to wreak havoc through different parts of your nervous system, or your body, I should say. Right. So if you look at, how many times have we done in some of the classes where we go through and we go, okay, we're going to do the blood purification pattern. We're going to work on the lungs. We're going to work on the liver. We're going to work on the gallbladder. We're going to work on kidneys. We're going to work on the spleen, right? And then later we're going to work on the brain. Part of what you're doing is all of those are impacted by the parasympathetic function slash sympathetic, rest and repair versus a fight flight. And so if certain parts of this are tempered and calmed down, it then changes how your body functions. All of a sudden you go from like chaos to where there starts to be a little bit more order, right? Then it starts to regulate more of the emotions, because you're stepping away from a stress response, you're stepping away from fight flight, and your body is calming down, which means your emotions start to calm down, your mind starts to calm down. Remember, this dynamic directly dictates how your mind works, right? Like the thoughts that you form are based on how stimulated or how regulated that sympathetic nerve is, right? I mean, I think several of you know that I'm part of Astara. I run Astara. The books were written 71 years ago, 72 years ago, 72 years ago. And a big piece of it is talking about how the tree of life is connected to this part of the nervous system, the fight flight mechanism, or the sympathetic part of the nervous system. And in a lot of different practices, this idea is targeted because as you are able to regulate this stress response, it goes a little bit deeper. That not only does it make your body healthier, not only does it make your emotions a little bit more regulated, not only does it affect the quality of your thoughts and the formation of your thoughts, it starts to dictate the connection between the heart and the crown, right? And for us to spiritually grow and evolve, this connection between the heart and crown has to be established, right? The heart has to do with the incarnated soul. The forehead, excuse me, the crown, the forehead, the ajna all have to do with the higher soul. So when the heart and the crown are connected, you're making a connection between the incarnated soul and the higher soul, right? When this happens, again, it's tied to a deeper level of vitality within the body, a calmer, more regulated set of emotions, and also a better quality of thought processes, or you could say your mind's a bit more organized. So that's a lot, all based on the quality of the health rays. You know, when we look at it from the point of view of like, oh, there's these energetic mechanics and we will open up the health rays so we could do something deeper. You know, a lot of times the health rays gets overlooked like it's something insignificant, but it is something incredibly potent. I mean, there's whole healing modalities that all they do is they work on the health rays. That's all they do. They don't always understand what they're doing, but they know that the health rays are important and they target that. And then they get results. And I know there's one person who puts out that modality. He says something to the effect of, I don't know why it does what it does, but it does these miraculous things. If you look at what it does to the nervous system, it makes sense. It totally makes sense. And so just by going through and opening up the health rays, you're starting to balance out these two aspects of the involuntary part of your nervous system. You're starting to balance out fight, flight, and rest and repair, right? You're balancing and harmonizing basically essence and form, the interplay between the two. You're basically starting to cultivate or stimulate also higher creativity, spiritually, or you could say psychologically, right? Energetically, which is your ability to harmonize conflict, difficulty, overcome obstacles, all these aspects, right? So we're going to go through and we're going to treat this. I want you to have the experience, and then we're going to open it up to sharing experiences and questions and answers. But this is what I'd like to do. Instead of just saying like, oh, okay, we're doing this protocol. I feel nice. I feel light. I feel relaxed. I would like you to think of something that bothers you. Like it could be a current situation, it could be something from the past. We're not going to work on it per se, but what we're going to do is use it as a like a way to measure. Like, okay, this situation that happened 2 weeks ago, still a little bit upsetting to me. I don't know what to do about it. This thing that happened 20 years ago, still a little upsetting to me. I don't know what to do about it, or I feel hurt. I feel like I can't move on from that particular piece, right? This situation with this person, I just never have a good interaction with this person. Whatever it might be, contemplate it, feel it, see what thoughts arise as you go through and visit it.
Can it be physical pain?
Yeah,
Surgery?
sure. Yeah, it could be a physical pain. Okay, let it go. Now we have the blend health rays, and we have a blend spasmophilia, which really targets more of the inner health rays, but either one of those are A+ choices. Then we have a bunch of single oils here for you. So basil, clary sage, galbanum, helichrysum, lavender, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, Roman chamomile, and straw flower. So let's have you pull one of those out. And begin inhaling with your awareness on the brain. And then move your awareness to the spine. You're either on the whole spine or you're picking out sections and working those sections. And then just be still for a moment. Just be still. It's important to note as well, from an energetic point of view, the quality of your health rays directly corresponds to your body's ability to reduce body tension and for the internal organs and lymphatic system to detoxify. If the health rays are droopy, there's no detoxification or very little detoxification. If the health rays are open, your body's lymphatic system is moving appropriately. Now, if you look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, one of the very first things that we do in lymphatic work, the ability to stimulate the body's detoxification process, is we balance out this nervous system, this part of the nervous system, the autonomic nervous system, the fight, flight, and the rest and repair. Begin inhaling about 2 feet out from your body. Your awareness is just a couple of feet out. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. This is to open up the health rays as they extend out from the pores of your skin, increasing your body's ability to absorb and expel. Now, move your awareness about 4 feet out from the body. And your awareness is about 10 feet out. Go out even farther. Long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Now, just with a little bit that we've done, go back and visit the problem situation, the things from the past, the distant past, or the thing that's going on with your body. What do you notice? Now let's do this. Find the spot in your body that feels the most uncomfortable, be it pain, tightness, heaviness, agitation. Keep your awareness on that area of your body and take long, slow, deep breaths with whatever oil you're using. You're still taking long, slow, deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. Okay, and be still. Was there a shift? Was there a change? Let's do an experiment. We're going to do your low back, but we're only going to do one side. Let's pick the left side of your low back. So maybe stand up for a moment and just check, how does your low back feel? Like kind of bend over, move side to side, twist a little bit. Notice how your low back feels. Okay, now sit back down. And from the area about the height of your belly button all the way down just to the tops of the hips, or even just a little lower, just on the left hand side of the spine. So from the spine over, you're going to inhale on that left hand side. Take long, slow, deep breaths. You're still taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go for a moment. Just keep your eyes closed. Still on the left-hand side, your lower back area from the spine out to the side of your body on the left, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Let's do that low back area on the left-hand side one more time. And then just be still for a moment. Or ginger. Okay, move your body around. How does it feel? How does the left side of your back feel compared to the right side of your back?
Way looser, like right feels extra tight right now.
So we're not going to work on the right side. We're just going to move on. I'm kidding. Like you can tell, like right now, unless you have like a severe issue on the left side, you have a favorite side and a not so favorite side. Like one feels better than the other, right? So this idea of the health race, it is helping to facilitate energy or essence to pass through the form, right? You're balancing out the nervous system. Anytime you have like your body's not detoxifying, anytime there's body tension, anytime there's an old emotion or a thought process that's like kind of locked in the body or a byproduct of the body, or pain, right? There's an imbalance in this aspect of the play between fight, flight, and rest and repair. And so a lot of times what we would even call muscle memory, or I back in the day when I was doing therapy full time, I called it trauma memory. You would have traumas that maybe psychologically you let go of, but the imprint is still in the body. It's in the fascia. It's in the physiology. And sometimes certain movements, certain ways of sitting, there's old ways of doing psychology by putting the person in different positions to release certain kinds of emotions. It's a very, it's not that old, but it was like in the 60s, so 50s, 60s. And so this idea of unlocking the traumas that are in the body is it's tied to a deeper type of psychological work. It's not just in your mind, it's not just in your emotions. A lot of it's held in the body, a lot of it. So when you have an area, like say you have a bad shoulder, like I go to my bad shoulder, ugh, if I'm paying attention to it, it's hard to tell. It's a chicken or egg thing. When I'm stressed out, my shoulder starts to hurt more, and when my shoulder starts to hurt more, I start getting stressed out. Like it's hard for me to tell sometimes which one's which. And and I don't have like a ton of stress in my life. I have like deadlines and things, but I am enjoying everything that I do. So it's not like, I got to do this. And yet that still happens. Right. And so emotionally, mentally, I don't really feel the impact, but the physiology feels the stress. The physiology feels the deadline. The physiology feels whatever is happening. Right. And so we're going to balance out the low back, and then we're going to visit just a couple of the areas in your body just to see what happens. So let's do the right side of your low back from the spine to the outer part of the right side of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Again, the right side of your low back. And then pause and let go. And then just pause and let go. Good. Good. And then one more time, low back, right side, from the spine to your side of your body. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Notice how you feel. Notice your emotions, your mind. Now, you're feeling your body. What area in your body do you feel some pain, discomfort, agitation? whatever it might be. Wherever it is, your attention is there. Take some long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and be still. Now, reflect on a feeling, something that's maybe a little bit uncomfortable. I don't feel good about myself. I don't feel good about this situation. This person makes me frustrated or angry, whatever it might be. Continue to tap into that feeling and inhale whatever oil you're using. Let go. Just let go. Think of an issue that you have with a person, a past event, a group of people, past experience. And then continue to focus on it, continue to think of it as you inhale the Health Ray blend or whatever oil you're using. Sorry, whatever oil you're using. Just let go. Just let go. Now, remember, this is the play between life force passing through your body, your form. It's what animates your body. And if we look at it from the kind of the symbolic or metaphorical idea of the elements, right? There's the fixed elements, and then there's the animating factor that dictates what those elements do, right? So you could say that disease is tied to the quality of the interaction between life force and form, right? Or how the elements are being animated. Holy Master Joel Kuhl, who is a holy master that gave a bunch of teachings to the Theosophical Society, basically says that you can track down almost all disease is the lack of what we would call life force or soul energy interacting with the form. Like that part of the body is lacking energy, it's lacking life force, it's lacking soul energy, right? And so to heal that would be a transference of light or a transference of essence. And different modalities, they open things up so that energy can flow into those different areas. Even certain medications would do that, right? So here we're gonna move from the idea of it being energetic. We're gonna look at it and do the opposite and go to the part of the nervous system, which this is something we talk about all the time. So we're looking at balancing out fight flight with rest and repair. We're looking to balance out these two parts of this involuntary part of the nervous system. So the benefit here is these oils by their nature have a balancing effect on this part of the nervous system. So anise, lemongrass, marjoram, rosemary, sage, tarragon. And as far as a long-term treatment, it's not a short-term treatment, but long-term treatment would be lemon, like over 30 to 60 days. And then you have ANS support, lemongrass complex, KMG, and no sweat. So whichever one of those you have, pull that out. And you're just checking in with your body. You're just checking in with your body. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with wherever you feel the greatest level of tightness, agitation, irritation, heaviness, or you have a pre-existing issue in that area. Long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. What's that open? So Samantha was saying she has this like tight spot like on her hip, and the health rays didn't really kind of nail it, but going through and doing it with the oil for the nervous system is relieving it substantially. So again, we're doing two sides of the same coin. It's stronger when you do in conjunction rather than just one or the other, but you can see which each one is treating the nervous system impacts the health rays impacts the nervous system. Right. So now we're going to do pattern B and C. And you can see one is going front heart, forehead, back head. And then the next one is back head, forehead, back heart, front heart. It's just going reverse. Just this pattern itself has a balancing effect on the fight, flight, rest, and repair mode. Just the pattern, right? So like in Stara, we have a class, Kriya Sakti. So at the end of it, we just go through and we breathe the pattern one way, and then we reverse it and breathe the pattern the other way. And it physicalizes a substantial amount of essence or a blessing, especially from a teacher or from the soul, whatever. It physicalizes it for this part of the practice. Here, you're physicalizing it for your health, for your emotional well-being, for your mental well-being, right? So just doing the pattern has an impact, but you're also using oils that magnify the impact, right? So by going through the first one, letter B, is impacting the sympathetic part of the nervous system or fight flight. The other direction in reverse is doing rest and repair. Okay. So we'll go back and forth. So you're using the same oil you've been using. Your awareness is on the front heart. Long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The forehead. And the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. Your awareness is on your back head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Begin inhaling on the back head. Your awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. the back heart. And your front heart. Just be still, be aware, just let go.
Like,
Yeah, you have no thoughts. Okay, we're not going super deep on this, like as far as they're, working the protocol a whole bunch. I mean, we still might a little bit more, but let's open this up first, sharing experiences, and then do questions and answers. You can unmute yourself or type in, but what do you notice?
yeah, go ahead, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, wow. Thank you for starting my morning off like this. I actually had a very unexpected reaction to the health raise when we were concentrating on my left side, my left spine, and I just started crying, and all these emotions came up, and that side doesn't hurt me. That side that has no pain, and I was really shocked. And then we went to the right side. Now the pain's gone. Oh my gosh. Big hugs to you all. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good.
Thank you for helping me release whatever that was
Yeah.
and clearing it. So
it could be anything that's like locked in the body. Trauma isn't always trauma how we think about it. Like it can be an injury, it could have been some really severe emotional thing that happened that really was upsetting. It really can be even just like shifts of perception. I remember one time I was treating somebody and there was trauma locked in their body, but it wasn't some big traumatic event. It was the position that they would sleep in. It was just like, they slept in this like weird kind of awkward position. It wasn't really like best like alignment, and had done it for like a couple of decades. And so, it took us a while to figure out like the trauma is just like, you like to sleep like this particular way. And it just caused like all these weird patterns in the body. But on some level, it was comfortable to fall asleep to, but it was causing discomfort in the body. And so it registered in the body as trauma. Like never in a million years would your mind go there. Never in a
wow.
million years would your feelings go there. but your body is like, I don't like this. Like, and it was just, if I remember right, they had like a really small bed, and like it was a series of events, that led them to sleeping in this particular way. Oh, it was couch. They were sleeping on a couch for a while. Like,
Oh,
they had started off like sleeping in a bed, and then I think they were single, and instead of buying a bed, they had a futon and they would sleep on the futon, but they didn't always like unwinding it. It was just this big story. And you know, they got there just by a series of like, I'm too tired to undo the futon. I'm on, whatever it was, but the trauma got locked in the body, and emotionally and mentally, you ask them, nothing's there. But then you go through and you start working the body, and something comes out,
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. Greg, I've had this problem a couple of times. It's with the patterns. I get really, really confused, and it's hard for me to stay with the patterns. Not just this segment we've done, but in the past I've done that too. Is it something within me?
No,
Like,
you're just you're having expansion.
oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
that's encouraging.
There was this meditation where we would go through, like, this is back in the old days where you went from the crown to the forehead. We kind of do a pattern like that: ajna, throat, heart, solar, navel. You go through all the chakras till you get to the basic. And I think it was 2 or 3 years before I got past the solar plexus, because I'd be like heart, and I was just gone, right? And then I was so proud of myself. I made it to the solar plexus. But it's just, you start to have expansion, and it just happens. Yeah,
Oh, good.
nothing wrong with it or anything. It's just, when you kind of come back to or have awareness, just pick up where you left off. Or pick, like, if we're in the middle of something, just follow along with wherever we're at.
I just sometimes get lost, but thank you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you clarified that for me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's not a problem. The logical mind is very good at following it, but when you start to go more in the intuitive mind, it's a little bit harder for it to follow the steps, and not necessarily a bad thing. That's why we even kind of shifted from just doing the chakra patterns, which are more for the logical mind, making the logical mind a bit more flexible. And we flipped over to like, okay, put your awareness on your body and wherever you feel agitation, and then work that, and then you're going to have an expansion, or on your spine, and then you're going to have an expansion, right? So they became a little bit less technical because it's stimulating more of that intuitive part of your mind. Yeah, it's actually tied to that mystical side component is actually tied to balancing what we would call esoterically as the 3 brains. You have the brain in your head, the brain in your gut, which sometimes is referred to the second brain, and then you have the root brain, which is the sex chakra, which is instinctive responses, like when we get triggered, when we see opportunity, when we just react to things in the environment. Part of that is tied to that root brain, which is not the root chakra, but the sex chakra. And so when they're all 3 are harmonized, the sex chakra, the which is instinct, the solar plexus, which is how we feel, like when we empathize with people, it's coming from the solar, and then the brain, which is our thoughts, our logical mind, past experiences, things like that. When all 3 of those like harmonize, or even if it's just for a brief moment, the tendency is to go into intuition in the intuitive mind, or like a dream state where you go through and you're processing beyond the senses, and you're releasing things, you're processing things, you're innovating, you're doing all these kind of aspects. And that's what you're striving for in meditation, is to, harmonize those 3 things so that you have an expansion of awareness. And so here you're having it in the middle of of the process. And so, that's actually kind of a good thing. We're actually going to talk about it more and do practices on actively harmonizing those three aspects, because in that state, like we're going to be doing it more in the next weekend in the vagus nerve thing, because part of vagus nerve activity is social interaction, releasing emotion, dreaming, dream time, things like this. But presented with a difficulty, when those three things are harmonized, you have an ability to like innovate without being emotional about it, about being mental about it, or having some preconceived idea, or being triggered. You just see a problem and you go, yeah, I'm going to walk out of this problem. This thing, this family dynamic that I've grown up with, I'm walking out, right? I'm going to just pick up and evolve my way out of this very quickly. So be it in the workplace, I not every time, but in some of the old corporate consulting I used to teach this process to them so that they can be innovative in their industry. I had to make it not so energetic, I had to make it very clinical. But like when I would present it like that, there'd be a little bit of pushback, but like as soon as you start doing it, one of the people, Val at Astara, she's our marketing person. She's like, this is addictive. It feels so good. She's like, I feel like there's no problem I can't handle. Like, I just,
Wow.
she's like, ugh. And, I was going to present it about a year or two ago, and I can't remember, like we were doing it and I just felt it still wasn't the time. But now with everything that we're laying out, even with like this and the things that we've been doing over the last several months, it's time that we start talking about those three parts. And
Excellent.
you're like, when you are spacing out like that, you're having flashes of that alignment. You're having flashes of that harmonizing. And so then you start to kind of like take off a little bit, and whatever's happening is happening, depending on what we're working on or what's going on with you or whatever. And then you kind of come back, you're processed a little something, but deep, right? It's different than checking out, like, when somebody's doing something really obnoxious and you kind of check out in the moment. It doesn't quite have the light to it. Like it's like almost like a lack of light, or this sounds weird, but it's almost like it's a light that's not very bright, or has like a dark tinge to it. But when you're doing this process and all of a sudden you have that moment of checkout, you'll notice it's like really bright in the moment. And then that is the intuitive mind. You are experiencing the intuitive mind right there.
Oh, thank you. I'm much more
It's a good thing.
encouraged.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
Question for you on the oils.
Yes.
What's the mechanics of health rays versus spasmophilia for the
Spasmophilia goes deeper from like the skin down to the bone, and health rays is a little bit more from the skin out. I mean, they overlap a little bit, but for the sake of this practice here, I didn't want to make it too complicated or technical. So I didn't really differentiate, but ideally you would work on both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. And then so towards the end of number one, you were going emotions, mind, feeling, past experiences.
Mhm.
Sounds a lot like some of the things that I will grind on.
Yeah. Like
so
any of us would grind on those things, like the things from the past. And so you could sit and like go, okay, that thing that happened 2 years ago, like you sit and think about it, and then just work the health rays.
Okay.
And then I would do the second half. Like I would do the flip side. Even if you just did one or the other, it would be good. But if you put them together, it's even more powerful.
So that's
because
the health
the
rays
health
and
rays are
then,
still going to impact the nervous system. The nervous system is going to still impact the health rays,
Yeah.
but the combination just you're working like kind of essence and form at the same time, you could say.
okay, all right. So last week you had mentioned using white spruce for things that I was grinding on.
Mhm.
How does white spruce interact with the health rays?
It's not necessarily for the health rays. That is to fortify kind of the central nervous system a bit.
Yeah,
And a different mechanism, which we're actually going to talk about in the next segment.
Okay.
And that has to do, like, I wasn't thinking about it so much from energetic point of view as far as the energy anatomy that we're talking about, but when certain parts of the nervous system get depleted, it causes repetitive patterns, right? It just
Right.
causes like a repetition of something.
yeah,
And so, like, a lot of times what we think of as a repetitive thought that we can't get rid of, if you step back and you go, okay, I'm going to let go of that, what is happening, and you just looked at it like big picture, it's usually some part of the nervous system is depleted. Like, it's just, when it's depleted, it just goes into repetition. Like, it just is like the version of like autopilot. It's just like, okay, this is what I remember, this is what I know, just loop it, it just starts doing that.
mhm,
And so the use of white spruce, I would say out of all the spruces, Sitka and white spruce are the most activating to the crown, and it's because of how fortifying it is to the central nervous system.
okay,
You could
Okay.
say that's a reflection of the aura, which we're going to talk about next.
okay,
Yeah,
very good. Thanks.
you're still welcome.
And go ahead, Ollie.
Hey, Ollie,
Hello, Greg.
how are you?
Fine, thank you. I'm always good when I'm in a class with you.
You're so
And
sweet.
I would like to share. Is it true? It's really true, because each time I take a class, it's really regenerating, and it helps me a lot to understand better the life.
Oh,
And
good.
yes. And I want to share this thing, because when you did the lecture about the interaction of nervous system and health rays,
Mhm.
I got something like a mystical experience, because it blows my mind away. It was like understanding, I don't know if I can grasp it, but it's like understanding more about the energetics and
Right.
most of all, when you speak about the element and
Mhm.
the emotion that can cause illness or be a cause of health. It's really amazing. Thank you for this explanation.
Oh, you're so welcome. So like, in the ancient times, like the old alchemists, like their old way of doing energy healing wasn't how we do energy healing. They would look at the organs of blood purification, so the lungs, the liver, the gallbladder, the kidneys, and the spleen. And basically it's a way of stimulating parasympathetic activity, which is rest and repair, and tempering the sympathetic part of the nervous system, which basically just opens up. Like, it's a different way of doing it, but it's like it opens up things to a higher degree. It also changes like how a person thinks, because part of how we think is tied to like our stress response and our fight flight response. If it's really tempered, we have more time to sit, think, and process the things that are going through our head. If we're in fight flight, the information that comes in, it's like, okay, got to do something with it, dump it there, or react, or push back or run, or it's a totally different way of processing the information. So it makes our brain different. Like it makes our brain like a little more stressed out, or a little bit more quick to jump to conclusions rather than being able to sit with it. And the more that you see that, like the quality of the fight flight mechanism, how activated or regulated it is, directly impacts how those elements function in your body, you really start to begin to realize the level or impact that stress and stress thinking has on our physiology. Like it's just not just our physiology, the generation of lower emotions, and how we form our thoughts. And so by constantly doing things like meditation and energy healing and working with oils and doing yoga and all the things that we do, our hobbies, doing a little gardening, whatever it is, where we calm everything down, it changes these things in how our body reacts to that stimuli, and you're increasing and improving the quality of essence that's passing through, eventually turning into, you could say, the level or degree of soul energy coming in. You could almost calibrate it through that fight flight mechanism. Like if you calm it down, more comes in. If you amp it up, more it's reduced, right? So the more that you keep calming it down and regulating, calming it down and regulating, and situations are going to stimulate it, and you go, okay, calm it down again. And then you go a little bit deeper and you go, calm it down again. The more that you start to have very deep inner experiences, there's almost like this, like opening that starts to happen inside of you. Like it's hard to explain, but like in Buddhism, they would call it emptiness. In the Christian or the like Jewish traditions, I would say people, like when they talk about being a vessel, it's about this like kind of inner openness. And really that inner openness is tied to the quality of the fight flight mechanism or the sympathetic part of your nervous system.
Oh, great. Amazing. Thank you.
You're so welcome. So you can see, you can almost like engineer your spiritual experiences. Like you go, okay, if I keep tempering this down, I can have really big experiences in my meditation.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Can I ask you?
Of course.
About this is a technical question about oils, and I wanted to ask you. In the first segment, we use you give a list of oil, and I would like to ask you if the basil we could use also the tulsi, the Indian.
Yes. Tulsi is good. Yeah.
And also about the Roman chamomile, we can use also the German one, or it's not?
Yeah, the German one will work. It's a little messier, and the reason that I didn't put it on there is like people who have like really severe autoimmune issues should use it only in small dosages. And so if they were doing it every day, I was just like, let's not make it go down that road. So, but you could totally use it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good hearing from you.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
And then go ahead, Laura, then Zakia.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't unmute. My first question is, could you do this and like if you're like before meditation or whatever, and do these as a body scan instead of individual parts, or is it just much stronger focusing on individual parts?
No, that was more of an experiment. So you could do it as like a body scan. Like when I would go through back when I was doing things full time as a healer, I would go through and I'd open up the health rays and then I'd look at the health rays and I'd go, where is it smaller? Where is it shortened? Where is it droopy? And then I would go down the rabbit hole of, okay, in that area, that's the liver, that's the pancreas, that's the body tension, like say it's in the back solar plexus area. Like I would go, okay, what could that be? And so, I would use it to evaluate. And so, going back to what I was talking about with Ollie, like before meditation, my early days of meditation felt like I do right now. Like my eyes are closed, but I feel no expansion. I feel nothing. I just feel, and part of it was the quality of my nervous system. Like I didn't have enough tempered part of the nervous system, the fight flight, to have an expansion of awareness. And so I remember like talking that out with a teacher, and he said, I find this really interesting looking back on it. He goes, stay up until you can't keep your eyes awake. And then right when you feel like you can't stand anymore, he goes, meditate. And he goes, as you meditate, you'll expand, you'll leave the body. And he goes, after that, it'll be easier. Well, what he was saying was, let your body get so exhausted that you start going into parasympathetic activity or rest and repair. You sit down and meditate, you have the experience, then your body won't go into fight flight. Because what was happening is I would sit down to have meditation and it almost would put me in a deeper state of fight flight. Like, because it was like, I'm out of control. I'm out of this. Like, I've had too much pain. I've had too much whatever. And so my body was like, I'm not doing this. I'm just not doing it. And so I did that. And after that, I started having experiences. And then when I started putting the pieces together of the nervous system and expansion and, started looking into like the vagus nerve and the connection of like the heart and the crown with the vagus nerve and all those kinds of things, it started to change my perspective. My meditations got really deep within a short amount of time. Yeah. And it's key about balancing. A little bit later, we're going to talk about it again, but not so much about balancing. But I mean, we could just this first segment, we could do 2 weekends on it. Like that's how deep it goes down the rabbit hole. Like here, we're kind of going down, but there's like whole dynamics here that is just about balancing this out and what it does to your physiology, your emotions, and your mind. We've played with some of it in some of the different classes, but here I'm just getting like, let's just get to the point.
That I'm going to have to go back and listen to over and over again because you gave so much information right there. I am going to clarify my question because you went, I don't know how to body scan the way energetically you're talking. I think what I was talking about is starting at the top, like the top of the head or wherever, and just going all the way through the body for a short period of time.
Perfect.
Okay. So that's I was
like,
at a much more simple level.
Yeah. And I would say is like, if like, okay, I got a little bit of a bad back. Okay. I have my knees are a little bit wonky. My shoulder is a little I don't always have the best breath. Like as you're coming down, linger in those areas a little bit more. Like, okay, I got a shoulder issue. I'm going to linger on the shoulders a little bit more. And then you get down to the lungs, because not only will that deepen your meditation, but that will take the energy from your meditation and accelerate the healing process within your body, because you've opened that up more. So your body's going to absorb more into that area, and it's going to stimulate a healing process within those areas of your body that are a little bit compromised.
And do it with both oils. Do both.
I would do it with both, just because it makes it like deeper. But if you only had one of them, I would do it with one. Like, you know what I mean? Like ideally you would use, the ones for the health rays and then the ones for balancing the autonomic nervous system. But say you were traveling or you misplaced something and you just had one of them, I would do that.
Got it. And you said lemon, could you clarify, you were talking about 30
Yeah,
to 60 days?
lemon will over a long period of time. It's not something like you inhale it and it starts to balance it out, but taken internally over a period of time, lemon will start to balance out the two sides of the nervous system. But it takes like a month, 2 months, 3 months sometimes, you know. But, you know, even you just like every day, it doesn't even have to be the essential oil. Like you could put a lot of lemon in your tea and drink your tea that way. I mean, lemon oil, you know, a couple drops is the equivalent of maybe a couple of lemons. But even if you didn't have the oil, just squeezing lemons into your drinks and drinking it, it still works, you know?
So that is something that helps balance to help your meditation. That's
yeah,
simple.
yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Zakia, and then we have shares of
Mhm.
questions.
Hey, Zakia.
Namaste, Prana
Hey, hey.
family.
How are you?
Good, good. So in pranic healing, I know organs have cords and chakras have cords. Do the health rays have cords?
Mean like from somebody else or something like that?
Yeah,
No.
okay.
They
And
would be impacted, say you had a cord, and we're going to talk about cords later in this class this weekend, but say you had a cord to your solar plexus. The cord's not going directly to the health rays, but it would impact the health rays, you know, because cords greatly impact your nervous system.
okay. And so in doing remote healing on a client, if we use the oils that we're talking about, like now, we used basil for the first part.
Mhm.
So doing remote healing, if I spray basil or ANS support on a client's etheric body, does it affect the
Yeah.
healing?
Yeah.
Awesome. Or put it on my fingers as I'm cleaning the health rays.
Yeah, either way, I've done both. I find spraying it is probably a little bit better, but I've tried both, you know.
Okay,
Mhm.
great. Thank you, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Tracy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi. Just a short question.
Sure.
You mentioned lemon in like just using that in your drinks and your teas.
Hmm.
It is a citrus. I prefer lime because it doesn't seem so strong, but I never heard you mention lime. And also,
we talk about lime, but lime doesn't quite have the impact that lemon does, like for what we're talking about. I'm with you though. I love me some lime. Yeah.
well, also, I eat a whole grapefruit almost every morning, and that's a citrus. Is there any, I mean, do you have anything to say about grapefruit?
Yeah, it's good for stimulating detoxification and everything, but not quite like in this particular setting. Like it not strong enough to apply. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Tracy.
Good
Tracy.
morning.
Hey.
Hi. So, it was like you were talking about me when you were talking about what's happening, like the whole you get stressed at work and then.
Oh, I was totally talking about you. Like I didn't use your name, but I was totally talking about you. Like,
And
this person, Tracy, like,
well, so here's the thing. When I'm really stressed and I've got so much stuff going through my mind that I have to take care of, I totally miss things. Like I thought today was a one-day class. I even asked Sam, isn't today a one-day class?
it's a one-day class that's 2 days long.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, that is, it's just so noticeable, you know, when it's yourself and you're, when you're talking
You
about
know, like you said, we were talking about you, but it happens to all of us. It just shows like when you're stressed out, how quick your mind makes a judgment and doesn't really take in information. Like you just go, oh yeah, that's totally da 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 da. Rather than, you know, I catch myself doing this all the time. Maybe I should check. You know what? One of the things that I started doing is when a piece of information would come up about a situation, or say we were talking about like the effects of, you know, whatever. And I'd go, oh, you know, this or that. And I would have pieces of information that as I sat and thought about it, I was like, I'm saying that, but I really don't know. That was based on stress thinking from 2 years ago that I just assumed is accurate because who knows why. And I look it up and it usually is nowhere near what I thought it was. And so like doing that helped me to understand the nature of my own mind, of like ideas that I formed in the middle of being stressed out, a lot of times are missing significant details. And they're not always important, but still they help you to understand. Like even if you, like here we're sitting talking about energy anatomy. Think about like the first time, the ones that have gone through classes talking about energy anatomy. You're kind of a little bit stressed out, like there's a lot of information here. I'm trying to understand it. Is this new and abstract idea? Like I don't really have a lot of experience with it other ways. And so then you go through and you study it and you go, I got it. But as we keep exploring it, you can see there's a lot more depth than what I first learned. But like when you first learned it, you're like, yeah, I got it. Now I got it. I'm done. Like I figured it out. I got what, you know, whatever was being taught, which is true, but we still didn't observe like a much bigger picture. That's not like some people do it and some people don't. We all do that. We all like bank on that you do that. And like, that's the thing, like if a word comes up where I'm like, yeah, I know what that word means. And I look it up and I was like, yeah, I totally don't know what that word meant. Like I've been using it wrong for 2 decades, right? It just goes to show that in the middle of stress, we form ideas that later we don't go back and revisit. And the only thing that made me start doing that is I can remember when I was younger, like being stressed out, going, this is what I'm going to do right now, but I have to come back and revisit this because I don't understand. And then when I went back and looked at it later, I was like, I wasn't even in the ballpark. Like I had some ideas that got me through the situation. Very little of it was right. And so it's not that you're not smart. It's that you didn't have time to process it. And sometimes the situation doesn't allow for it. And sometimes you're just in, you know, that fight flight mode and you just don't get to process things like you normally would. You're smart enough to process it, but it's just never got in to be processed, if that makes sense.
it totally makes sense. And also like the things that when you get more stressed and, you know, whatever happens, you know, you've been sick, so your health rates are drooping, or you're been stressed at work. And so you're exhausted, and they're drooping again. It's like, I don't remember a lot of the things to do to straighten them. It's like, it's not, because I'm so busy trying to just get the stuff
You're just trying to get through the day.
and-
You're just trying to
Yeah.
survive. You know what I mean? You're just like, I gotta do this today. I gotta do that, whatever. And you know, my schedule used to be a lot different. I used to get up at like 5:30 every morning, and then I was doing a long day of healings. And doing healings like that didn't stress me out, but the schedule was very demanding, right? And so now, like, I still have a packed day, but I allow myself to sleep until I wake up, like no alarm. And it's still kind of early, but it's not like the old days. And what I find happens is that I wake up and I kind of do this thing that I term like pretend sleeping. You know, I'm awake, but my eyes are closed, and you know, I'm laying in bed, but I start contemplating the things like maybe of the day or from yesterday, or projects that I might want to do, or like explore potentials that, you know, hey, what about this? What about that? During the day, I don't allow myself to go there because I have deadlines, right? But in that place, I'm not stressed out. I'm not pushing. All kinds of thoughts come through my head. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to engage all of them, but it allows like a free flow of information to come through my mind.
Yeah, this is a very important class for me. I say that every time, but yeah, this one definitely is a the good one for me to take. Thanks so much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Helen, and then we do some questions.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
I figured out something today, which I've been hoping to have for a long time, and it has nothing to do with the oils, but it does have to do with what you were just talking with Tracy about, which is retaining information.
Yeah.
And because some of us are oral learners or audio learners, and some of us are more visual, but if you go to show captions in your Zoom window, and then you go, there's a little arrow, and if you go to view full transcript, it will make a transcript of the class. So you'll have, and it's pretty accurate. It's although the word, it doesn't understand the word chakra. So the word sex chakra came out as sex chocolate, which I thought was kind of interesting. But
kind of accurate, right?
Kind of accurate. But anyway, and then you have to save it at the end. So you have to make sure you save it, and it'll be in your Zoom folder. And,
nice.
I just found that really, like, I've been looking for that forever.
Oh,
Because I
good.
try to make detailed notes so that I can actually go back and refer to the class, but that's labor intensive. So anyway,
Yeah.
and can you answer my question about health rays in relation to animals? Do animals have health rays?
Yeah, they do.
Like, can you-
Anything that, like, even a plant would have a bit of a health ray. The thing with animals is they don't have chakras. They have energy centers like chakras, but what makes a chakra is there's an aspect of a holy name or God, a great angel in each of the chakras that makes it go from an energy center to a chakra. But the energy mechanics to an animal is the same. It's just that for them, it's splitting hairs, but for them, they have the centers, but they don't have the chakra. They have like an oversoul that's not individualized like we are. And so that's the big difference with an animal.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Like they're all contributing to like the same soul, where we're developing our individual soul.
Right. That was my understanding as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared bill expelling and flushing out. I can see old patterns immediately jumping back up, trying to get more attention and trying to get me to re-energize them.
Yeah.
I feel so much better than I did. Thank you.
Oh, good.
I feel like my kitty. Big stretches, big yawns, lazy day.
Yeah.
Doing the first degree of Star book, I have zoned out so many times reading it. Thanks for clarification.
Yeah, you and me both. I've tried to read the second degree thing like straight through. And yeah, I've never done it. Like I keep checking out every time I do it. And some of the checking out isn't always like spacing out, like leaving your body, but it's like it will stimulate like a thought process, and you just go down this like rabbit hole, and you're like, wow, I've never thought about that before, and da 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 da. And then before you know it, you forget that you were reading the book. That's happened to me with the second degree sort of thing, probably 30 times.
So this is going back to when you were talking to Ralph, working both spasmophilia and health rays. I was just wanting to confirm what you said was to use both for a deeper process.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is so relevant right now. We can ask it later or not. I'm just not sure if you had mentioned it. That's why I'm asking. Could you explain the difference between the incarnated soul and the higher soul?
The higher soul is, let's say it like this. The incarnated soul is an invested piece of the higher soul, right? So as you go through incarnation to incarnation, your higher soul keeps sending down a little piece of itself as the incarnated soul that then goes and has the experiences, and it's an investment. And then at the end of the life, you know, everything's gathered up, and the incarnated soul makes the journey back to the higher soul, and the higher soul says, okay, what do you bring me? Like being light. It's really looking at light. It's not so much the experiences themselves, it's about the light. And so this mechanism of the higher soul investing a piece of itself, it's to help the higher soul evolve and become brighter, so that at some point it gets bright enough to go even the higher soul going up to what you would call the divine spark, which is an even more refined aspect of God. So you could say the divine spark comes down as the higher soul comes down as the incarnated soul, and from the incarnated soul there's these little seeds that come down that's in the pineal, in the heart, and in the liver, in the solar plexus, that make up our physical body, our emotional body, and our mental body. Yeah. So
I used ANS support in the rest repair segment and can really smell the ANS. My nerves and thoughts feel less frantic and smoother.
Right.
I have Health Rays Body Tonic. Would it be okay to use the Body Tonic before we do the Health Rays section?
oh yeah, it would be extra special. Yeah. It's a great way to do it without even having to think about it. You just splash it on and go.
And right in alignment with that one, your products of Health Rays Body Tonics and Theralotion, would you apply them to a compromised area or
Yes.
just over the whole body?
Both. Like if you're just trying to do some general stuff over the whole body, if you're trying to help an area rehabilitate over that specific area.
I wish I could see what the elementals look like. And then go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi. So I'm just trying to piece together. I think you've already said it, but it's still not clear in my mind about this difference between the health rays and treating the nervous system. So if you treat the nervous system, it's going to help the health rays, is what I'm understanding.
It's just different parts of the spectrum. It's not like an either or. When you're treating a health rays, you're really treating part of the nervous system. It's like how you're doing it energetically. And when you're treating the nervous system, what you're doing is you're treating the nervous system, but you're also treating the health rays.
So now I understand it to mean that the health rays impact a larger spectrum of functionality of the body
Yeah,
than just the nervous piece.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so if I was looking for a quick and dirty solution, because you offer so many powerful ways to approach our energetic and physical being. If you, so, and I kind of jump from one to the other, and I'm looking for more of a consistent pattern, because consistency is something that challenges me. So so what I'm hearing is that actually for really good like daily health, if I treated my health rays, I would be impacting a larger scope of my energetic and physical being. Would that be true?
If you treated your health rays, you would be hoping to balance out those two pieces of your autonomic nervous system. Yes. Like each piece of the energy anatomy, like we're going to talk about the aura, we're going to talk about protective webs, we're going to talk about each piece does something to a different part of the nervous system, or a different function in the nervous system, I should say, is probably better.
Each piece of what?
The energy anatomy.
The anatomy that we're discussing today. Okay. I'm a little confused, but I think that you're great with throughout the day. I'm going to be able to piece it together.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Greg.
You're so welcome.
Would you please give specific directions to access and save? Oh, sorry, this is a logistical one. We'll take care of it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
About the
Transcripts.
Yes.
All right, good questions, great shares, guys.
Okay, so we'll take a break. We'll come back on the half hour and we'll talk about the aura. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're on the middle of page 2. So here we're talking about the aura, right? The aura. So think of, like, if you want to think of the aura, think of a goldfish in a bowl of water. And the fish is moving around that bowl of water, but it's always surrounded by the water, right? It's always in the water. It's moving around in the water. That water is what you would call like the equivalent to like the aura, right? So think of it like this. Your aura is the mold or the energetic blueprint that your physical body, your emotional body, your mental body follow, right? So whatever is happening in the aura, right? Whatever is happening in the aura eventually physicalizes into the body, eventually physicalizes into the emotions, eventually physicalizes into the mind, right? So it is your energetic mold or blueprint, right? So by going through and shifting and changing, purifying the aura, you can change your energetic mold or blueprint. You change what physicalizes, right? So think of it even further is the aura is the byproduct of the quality or the function of the health rays, right? The body's ability to absorb and expel energy off. Eventually, there's an accumulation of either good or bad that then is reflected in the aura. So you could say that this is a form of conditioning. When we have a bunch of negative experiences, it affects the quality of that mold or blueprint that is around us, right? When we're in super stressful situations, that energy is then in the energetic mold or blueprint, and eventually that physicalizes. So to take it a step further, You could say in a way that your aura is the byproduct of your past experiences. You had good ones, great. You had negative ones, it's there too, right? Even going through and cleaning the aura is a past experience. You know, you go through, you do these layers, you go through and purify and do these different things. That experience has an impact on the energetic mold or blueprint. Now think of it like this. It's an energetic mold or blueprint, and like attracts like. The quality of the aura attracts things from the environment, good or bad. It doesn't really judge. If the aura is really bright and shiny and has a bunch of positive energy in it, that's what it attracts. If there's something negative that just keeps happening over and over again, part of it is in the energetic mold or blueprint, right? Like attracts like. So if we had like a past traumatic experience, sometimes what starts to happen is we start to have that experience, maybe not the same intensity, but we keep having it over and over again, right? That is reflected in the aura or the energetic mold or blueprint, right? Now, from the point of view of the nervous system, this would have to do with your central nervous system. This would have to do with like your whole like nervous system, your brain, your spine, the whole 9 yards, right? So as we go through and we talk about the autonomic nervous system, that is a division of the nervous system. If we talk about the somatic nerves, that's a division in the nervous system. The central nervous system starts to be the whole nervous system itself, right? And so when we want to break patterns in our life, when we want to break repetitive things that keep happening, not like, oh, I keep doing some behavior that's in your head, but like things that keep happening from the outer environment, right? The way to do it is to go through and unwind the aura, right? Now, even things where, like Ralph was talking about before, is like he said, like repetitive things where he's like grinding on something, even that is in the aura. It's in some chakras too, but it's in the aura, right? Now, for Ralph's situation, I'm sorry, Ralph, if I'm picking on you, but it's not so much just in the aura. It's also here we're talking about calming down the central nervous system. That component that we were talking about with Ralph is that part of the central nervous system is also depleted for him. And so that would even make that happen even to a higher degree, right? And so again, anything that has happened to you, good or bad, is in the aura, right? And then when you go through and you start cleaning the aura, you start cleaning the different aspects of the aura, you're undoing the past conditioning so that you can attract things that are newer, more current, brighter, higher vibration, more of what's in alignment of where you're at, however you want to say it. You're attracting something that's different, right? And so the things that you attract in your life are a direct correspondence to the quality of the aura in the body, that your body is surrounded by, I should say. And so if you want to change something, then change the aura, change the conditioning, change the effects of past conditioning. Like I had this client one time. They were super religious. They were, I want to say she was Mormon. It doesn't matter what she was, but very, very religious. And for some reason, she started going and hanging out with some friends at a bar. And she didn't drink, but she wanted to be more social. And the bar was not let's just say it wasn't a clean place. And within a couple of months, we were in the middle of a session, and this is just this very sweet, nice lady. I never knew her to even say like, damn. And in the middle of the session, she dropped a couple of F-bombs. And I was like, I was taken back by it. And not that I'm taken back by an F-bomb. I'm taken back by her saying an F-bomb, because it is not her personality. And I was like, what's going on? Like, that was really odd. And she was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And I was like, I'm not offended. I'm just a little surprised. And I was like, is there something going on? Did somebody make you really upset? We went through the whole thing, nothing. And then over a period of time, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes, she's, we dropped it and she started talking about her friends and hanging out in the bar. And I go, let me guess, lots of profanity in the bar? And she goes, how did you know? And I was like, the F-bombs. That's how I knew. It was in the aura. Eventually it physicalizes. So she was in this area that was very, very unclean. And lo and behold, eventually it physicalized, right? And so it doesn't mean you have to completely stay out of all these things, but you just do a little maintenance. You just clean the aura up from time to time so those things don't bother you. It's like, I always liken it to, you go out and you garden, you get a little dirty, you get a little muddy. You don't go, oh, I can't let the body get dirty. I'm never going to garden. I'm never going to go outside. You go out, you do your thing, you come in, you shower, you clean off, you're good to go, right? Same idea with the aura. Like, even if weird things have happened, bad things have happened, you've been in very contaminated environments, you just simply clean off the aura, right? You just go through and clean it off. Now, we had a whole class, the Sandalphon class, where we cleaned up the different layers of the aura, right? The different layers. And so here I just listed some single oils. You could use any of those, but those were very precision strikes for each layer of the aura. But if you didn't have one of the ones that we're talking about here, you could use Glory of Lebanon, you could use Moses, you could use Chakra Root Cleanser, you could use Master's Blend, Aura Cleanse, Solomon's Hyssop, and Nimbus. Any of those. If you don't have one of the ones listed here too, a good second choice would also be Hyssop. But what I'd like you to do is just reflect on patterns in your life, not even good or bad. But if you want to improve good ones, you clean up the aura. And if you want to diminish bad ones, you clean up the aura. One that I didn't put here that I don't know why would be tuberose. Tuberose could have been in here.
Like as an A+.
Yeah, like one of the ones in the booklet. Okay. Now, the oils themselves will clean the aura, right? This pattern, the basic spleen, Mingmen, crown, also just doing the pattern cleans the aura, right? So it's tied to the pattern of doing the Lord's Prayer. Like when you go through and you do each phrase of the Lord's Prayer, you go through the different parts of the body. And then when you get done, at the end, you go from the basic to the spleen, to the Mingmen, to the crown. You've broken down something that's in your energy body, in your mind, in your emotions. You're breaking something up, you're flushing it out, and then you're flushing it out of the aura. So even when your chakras release something, right? Like say you have some deep-seated thing that's in a chakra and you release it out, it still hasn't released completely out of the aura. It's just in the aura, right? It's just like if the fish is swimming in dirty water, right? Until that water has been changed, it's still swimming in the dirty water. It's just a lot of times going to reintegrate. It might not be as bad, but it's going to reintegrate. So the more that the aura is clean and that you repetitively clean it, the better that you'll do. I have a little story just about the aura, right? I always find this one fascinating, because as soon as you really start to clean the aura, you are substantially increasing the connection to the soul. Like it's like you're making space for the soul. Like if you were to look at the spiritual cord, when you clean the aura, the cord just keeps growing and growing and growing. So there's more soul energy coming down, right? So this is many, many years ago, early 2000s. And I was, 3 years I had different specialties. And at this particular time, I was specializing, I was doing normal sessions, but I was also specializing in drug addictions. And, there was all different kinds of drugs and everything. Well, there was this little group of moms that had teenagers who were addicted to methamphetamine. And, one by one, I was talking with them and they were like, what can I do? And, can we do healing for the person? And I was like, I don't know that they want to do healing. They don't want to go to therapy. They don't want to get a healing from a guy like me. They don't want to do anything except meth. They're teenagers. Like, what do you do? And anytime the moms would try to talk to the kids, they would be aggressive, they'd be violent, they'd be hostile. One kid kept running away over and over and over again. I mean, it was just not good. And so the moms, one by one, we had these conversations and they were like, what can I do? And I was like, with that energy, therapeutically, there's not a whole lot you can do, sometimes you just wait for them to get arrested and, hit rock bottom and try to scoop them up and be there. But, I was just like, God, what can we do? And, I thought about it for a little while, and then I came back to the moms and I said, okay, this is what we're going to do. Every day, I want you to spend 10 minutes cleaning their aura. They're not going to participate, so do it while they're in bed. You're going to get up early every morning and you're just going to visualize, you're going to say a little prayer and you're going to visualize and go through and, manually clean the energy body. So we weren't using oils, we were just using energy medicine, right? And so the idea was, if we keep cleaning up the aura, in my mind, I was like, at some point, I think we can have a conversation, hey, this isn't good for you. Maybe we should start thinking about doing something, something along that lines. Here's the thing that blew my mind. Within 30 days, each of the moms, they're very loving. Their heart's very big. They love their child. They don't want to see him doing something bad. They had been praying for him for a while. And I just told them, this is like prayer, but with mechanics to it. You're not forcing anything, you're just cleaning things off their aura. And so within 30 days, 3 of the 4 children asked to go to rehab, just out of the blue. The 4th one, the one that ran away all the time, it took about 45 days. All 4 of those kids ended up in rehab because they asked to go to rehab. We didn't have to have any conversation with them. They were just like, yeah, life is crazy. I don't want to do this anymore. They just let go of that drive for the drugs, because part of it was the people that were around them, the little culture, the peer pressure. I'm sure there was some sort of teenage angst or pain that was going on so just constantly cleaning up the aura. You could do it with prayer, but for them, I felt like I had to give them like something mechanical to do. it was a game changer within 30 days. Like it was mind-boggling how quickly it worked. I honestly was hoping for that we could have a conversation with the kid to say, maybe we should try to do things to maybe stop, or you know, I was just hoping for to be able to have a conversation where they didn't run away. They came and they said, please put me in rehab. That blew my mind. But that just shows the impact of that energetic mold or blueprint, right? The more you clean off the aura, the more you keep resetting it, rebooting it, different things will happen. Different things will get attracted to you, right? And so with that, that will change your nervous system. That will change how you interact with the environment. That will change how your whole body neurologically functions. When you calm down the central nervous system, they say in different kind of ceremonies, like there's a ceremony with, what do you call people from New Zealand? Like
With the Aboriginal people?
yeah. I can't remember what they're called. Yeah. I used to hang out with them all the time. I can't remember. But basically, like I hung out with some New Zealand medicine men for a while. And they would do this thing with, they call it the, what is it?
The Maori people.
Maori. I think it called someone else. I can't remember. But they would do the ceremony with kava. And it was with fresh kava, and you would do it in the ceremony, and they would squeeze the root in water, and then you would drink it. And like the medicine man would squeeze it and then give you a little cup, and you would drink it, and then they'd clap 4 times, and then the next one would do it, and then you clap 4 times, and you just keep doing rounds and rounds and rounds of it. And the translation of what it is doorway to God. And I was like, yeah, I'd like to try me some doorway to God, like you know, whatever this is, like I'll try that. And the key was kava sedates the central nervous system, right? So you keep calming the central nervous system down, calming it down, and then at some point you're able to perceive something greater than yourself, right? So think about when you are in the middle of what I like to personally call for myself in my funk, like I'm in my funk, I'm, you know, my energy body is dirty. I don't see even other people. I just see myself, right? I'm suffering, I'm this, I'm that, I'm stressed out. I have too many things to do, whatever it is. Then it starts to get cleaner, and I'm like, well, what about other people? And it gets even cleaner. Oh, something more divine or angels. And then when it gets really clear, it's like you can perceive that aspect that's much greater than yourself, something you can't even put words to. It's all tied to the quality of your central nervous system. So when you go through in the Lord's Prayer and you go, okay, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, you know, you go down the energy body. If you grew up Catholic, it's how you get rid of your sins or your tendencies, right? You would say so many Hail Marys, which is sustained awareness, and then you would say so many Our Fathers, which is to eradicate the tendency. The last piece of it is this basic spleen Mingmen crown, because that clears your aura. You know, just for whatever's in your head at the moment, whatever's kind of going on. You have to keep doing it over and over again to establish a new pattern, right? So here we're using oils that by their nature have a cleansing effect on the aura, and then we're utilizing it with the pattern, right? Then we're going to go to the central nervous system, and we're going to calm that down, because the agitation in your central nervous system, or the calm nature of your central nervous system, is a direct reflection of your aura. Your aura is a direct reflection of that part of your nervous system. They're intertwined. They're not separate. They're two sides of the same coin. So here we're going to treat it both energetically, we're going to treat it physically. And just like Deborah was asking in the last piece, like, what's the difference? One's energetic, one's physical. When you put that together, it's a much more rapid effect. You know, if you just treat it physically, eventually it will manifest energetically. You just treat it energetically, eventually it will manifest physically. If you marry the two, it's a much quicker result, right? Much, much quicker result. Okay, so here we're going to clean the aura, but I would like you to think of a pattern, something, you know, like Ralph was talking about, like I want to let go of some repetitive thoughts or an old situation. And you notice like here in the thing that's listed, he was asking about white spruce. The spruce is a little bit more for a depletion, not necessarily for calming it down. So there was a bit of an adjustment there for him. But for this is just simply going through and cleaning up the aura. Okay, so think of past events, think of a thing that's bothering you, think of something that's in repetition in your life. Okay, so first, whatever oil you're using, and I don't know why, but we can include tuberose. Hyssop would work as well. You're not doing the pattern yet. You're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and then go. And without even doing a pattern, as you reflect on whatever you were reflecting on before, whatever pattern was in your life, whatever issue, past event, what do you notice? Okay. What did you notice?
It's already hard for me to answer.
So Samantha's saying like we just did one cycle, not even specific with chakras, and it's already farther away for her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're gonna do it with pattern. So you've thought about it, but let's just, it's not something specific. We're just gonna do general. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. And then your awareness is on your spleen, which is on your left-hand side below your ribs. Left side of your body below the ribs. Then go to your low back area opposite your navel. Long, slow, deep breaths on the back side of your navel on the spine, known as the Ming Men. And then your crown. And then be still. What was that? Yeah. Which one are you using? Yeah. Now, that was general. What if you want to really target something specific? Like a lot of times I would say doing a lot of general work on the aura is more appropriate. But there's times where you go like, I would really like to get this thought out of my head, or this past event, this old trauma, this old memory, this old thing with this person, this person, whatever it is, you know. This is what you do. Like you think of the person, right? Focus on the person. Stay focused on the person, begin inhaling. We're not even doing a pattern yet, we're just inhaling. You're just thinking of the person. Okay, let go for a moment. So let's just talk about that past event, that memory, that trauma, the traumatic event, that person, whatever. When something has caused trauma, when there's like a conflict, what happens is we'll start kind of reliving it or talking about it. You notice like you have something traumatic happen, or you have a friend who has something traumatic happen. They're talking about it with several people, right? They keep talking about it over and over again. They're trying to process it, right? But basically what they're doing is there's this thing in my aura, and I'm trying to figure it out so I can manage it or make it go away. Like, so here you're not having the thing about going through the details. You know, it's that repetition is you're trying to understand it so that you can do something about it. The thing that you're trying to do is you're trying not to let the conditioning physicalize, right? You're not doing this consciously, but you have this unconscious drive of like, whatever this is, I need to not let it physicalize. So the more I understand it, the more I can, process it, let it go, do something different, shift, change. So part of your central nervous system is your brain, your spine. You're trying to understand what exactly is going on. What is this, right? When really it's just a thing in the aura, and you go through and you clean it out, and then you calm the nervous system and you go, oh, that's what's going on, because you don't have the agitation of the person, the trauma, the event. And you go, it's starting to fade away. I'm starting to disentangle from it, and I'm giving it space. Now, easy situations, you might be able to do it 1 or 2 times. But, I have something like in my past that I've done a bunch of work on this. It's better than it was, but when I sit, I still feel some of it there, and that's after a substantial amount. But it was a couple of decades in the making. You know what I mean? It wasn't just like, oh, that person was really mean to me. That person was really mean to me for, 15 years or whatever it was, right? And so sometimes it takes more than a single application, right? But you'll notice the edge came off of it. It's a little bit more distance. It's like Samantha said, like it feels farther away. You're just starting to drift apart from whatever it is, right? And so the more charged the situation was emotionally, the harder it's going to be to make that distance. So all you do is just more repetition. You just keep doing it over and over again. So if you have something where like, this is really bothering me, I would just make a habit of getting up in the morning, every morning, 10 minutes, not even a lot. Think of the person, the event, whatever it was, think of the person, clean up the aura, do the pattern a little bit. Go, okay, I'll come back and do it again tomorrow or in 2 days or 3 days. And just repetition, like Deborah said, like consistency, doing something repetitively. As it comes up, you're just knocking it down. As it comes up, you're knocking it down again. And pretty soon you just notice it's just not there anymore, right? It's just not there. So you've thought of the person and just inhaled, right? Or the event or whatever it is, the issue. Think of it again, focus on it again. This time we're going to do a pattern while you stay focused on it. So you're thinking about it, begin inhaling, continue to think about it, and your awareness is also on the bottom of your tailbone.
Can a person be the pattern?
Oh, yeah. 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 And even if the pattern, this person brings up a good point. Even if the pattern is bigger than that person, like it's something that's happened repetitively, you use that person to engage that pattern. Other pieces attached to it will flesh out as well. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. And then your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Your low back area opposite the navel. And then the crown. And then pause and be still. How's that for? Think of somebody like it's associated with that kind of path. Does it feel different or the same?
Like they're both changing. Gone.
Right. Okay, we're going to do the same situation, same person, same event, whatever it is. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on your spleen. Your awareness is on your low back, opposite your navel, the backside of your navel. And the crown, the top of the head. And then just pause and be still. So now let's go to calming the nervous system, the central nervous system. So blends, calm or quietude. Single oils, bergamot, C. odorata, chamomiles, any of the chamomiles. Clary sage, geranium, kava kava, lavender, lemongrass, marjoram, rosewood, sandalwood, valerian, and ylang ylang. Okay, so choose your oil. Begin inhaling with your awareness on your brain. If there's a spot that jumps out in your brain, your awareness is on that. If not, your awareness is on the whole brain. Long, slow, deep breath. Yeah, I'd have to look up on my other thing. This one doesn't do. Your awareness is still on your brain. There's an Egyptian or geranium is what I am. And it was probably a 2 mil. Small one. And then move your awareness to the spine. Spinal awareness. Part of your spine jumps out at you, tight, heavy, dense, agitated. Your awareness is there. If not, your awareness is on the whole spine. Did you find it? Just pause and be still. Now we're going to do it again, but sometimes what I like to do is kind of like what we did in the first segment, or the first part of the segment, is you think of the person or the situation as you inhale with your awareness on the brain and on the spine. So you're calming down part of the nervous system, the central nervous system, but now you're calming it down specific to the situation. Right? So you're not just calming it, you're calming it specific to whatever that situation is. Right? So reflect on the situation, the person, the event, the memory. Continue to think of that person and focus on them. Your awareness is also on the brain. If a specific spot jumps out, do that. If not, the whole brain. And inhale, long, slow, deep breaths. I mean, the person can use it if she can't find her geranium, but let's just leave it be. You're still thinking of the person, situation, or event. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Let go of that inhalation. You're still thinking of the person, the event, the memory. And now your awareness is on your spine. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the event, person, situation, and your spine at the same time. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. we're going to do the same thing again. You're going to think of that past person, situation, event. You're going to put your awareness on your brain. You're going to inhale both, or you're going to inhale with your awareness on both at the same time. And then move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Just let it incubate. Reflect on the situation or the person. Now, granted, if it was a really super emotionally charged, it's going to need more work. If it was something on the lighter side, a lot of times a single treatment or two will release it. But like I said, I had something that went on for, it wasn't that the whole situation was bad, but like I was in a situation for a very long time that, at the end went bad. Not because of me, but because of just people. And, it's much better than it was, but I still have to work on it. It's just is what it is. So as you check in with that situation, what do you notice? We're just looking for some sort of movement, some sort of shift, some sort of distance, whatever it might be. Let's go ahead and open it up and share experiences. You can ask questions about this particular process. Unmute yourself or type it. You can go ahead and fire away.
Thinking of the person, I'm having difficulty surfaced a deeper pattern.
Yeah. Sometimes they're the middleman for something deeper or the archetype for something. That's what you heard, like me and Samantha kind of going back and forth, is there's like a particular pattern with a kind of person in her life. And so she was focusing on one. What I was saying to her was, yeah, you're focusing on the one, but you're hitting the pattern. It's not about the person, but if that person's part of an ongoing pattern in your life, you're unwinding and flushing out the pattern itself. So
I use tuberose and it's so direct, like it just blew open the pattern.
yeah, tuberose is pretty special and fancy.
It feels less emotionally charged.
Yeah. Like I would say, like for me, I'm just like reliving, like at first I was so upset I was talking about it. I was just thinking about it all the time. And pretty soon that calmed down. And then whenever I think about it, I'd get a little wound up. And then a little bit of time went by. It would be upsetting, but I wouldn't get wound up. I could look at it like, well, okay, objectively. And now that situation just pops up in my mind and I'm like, oh God, really? Like it's still gotta, like I'm still paying rent for it somehow, somewhere in my psyche. Like it's not something I think about, even when something mentions the situation. I really don't think about it. But if I'm sitting there being quiet, there's still a little bit of it there. It doesn't affect my thoughts or emotions, but there's still some sort of little entanglement, and sometimes the entanglement is actually coming from the other side. I don't know if that's the case for me, but sometimes they're grinding on you and it's still just taking a little more for the separation.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Greg.
Hey.
So two things. One of the modalities that I study talks about patterns in the sense that, yes, we may be working with one person right now on a pattern, and we worked with others before that. And there's still others lined up waiting to come to us to help us with that pattern. And so breaking the pattern is about releasing all of those people. And that's what these oils are doing. It's not just the person now, it's the people before and the people that are waiting
both
to
directions.
Yes.
Both directions. Yeah.
And then as an overall sense of this class, I have been like on the edge of falling asleep. And it's not about sleeping, it's about a release and unwinding.
Yeah, you're processing something. Like anytime you're really releasing something, you kind of go into that state of more of the intuitive mind, more like how when you're dreaming, and it can be kind of in between awake and asleep, but you're kind of in that place where like, something's happening. You see that a lot with deep energy work. You'll see it also with like fascial work, where they go through and they unwind your fascia. You'll be like, oh yeah, work on my back. And, as soon as they start working on you, and you weren't tired, but it's causing a shift. And like anytime something's shifting, that is parasympathetic activity. That's not fight, flight, that's rest and repair. So your body just goes like, okay, it's rest and repair mode. And so, yeah. And if you think about like the thing, I said this before, but with your aura, it's like attracts like, and whatever's in your aura is what you're attracting. And so as you go through and you flush these things out, you're like disconnecting from those things. And there's part of your physiology that goes, okay, I gotta process this. Okay, new marching orders, but there's that moment of like, oh,
Part of the sense I had was when we're feeling the pattern and breathing the oil, we're helping our body to detect this thing, whatever it is, without having to put labels on it or know it, and recognize it isn't something we want in our space and just move it through.
Right.
Where most of us are like trying to put words to it and learn it and
Right.
think it.
Right.
And if we
Right.
just teach our body, here's what it feels like. If it feels like this, we don't need it, let it go.
Right. Yeah, the body is not as interested in the story as our mind is. The mind loves the story. The body is like, yeah, okay. It's an interesting TV show, but I don't know how interested I'm in, but this is what's going on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why sometimes there's a disconnect between the mind and the body. Is the mind has the story, the body has, the effect. And if you really start looking at the body, if you can just unwind the effects, it will actually release it from the mind.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try that.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. Like I've said something about this a bunch of times, but it was back in the 90s and I was working with this one osteopath and, we got to where like somebody would come in and I was like, tell me like an emotional mental problem. And I would do like osteopathic manipulation. It was low velocity. I wasn't popping their neck, but I'd put them in a body position. I'd hold them there for a while. I go, okay, now tell me about that problem again. And they'd go, it's gone. It's because you unwound it from the nervous system and it just shifts the mind. That's how I think that osteopath started saying we're doing he didn't say voodoo. He said something like it though. He's like, this is voodoo. It was something like that. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. He might have called me a witch doctor at one point. I was like, it's just, all it is you're just communicating with the body. That's all that's happening. You're just communicating with the body in its language. It's not voodoo. It's a different language.
He thought that calling you a witch doctor was bad.
Yeah, like I just laughed and I was like, okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
What's the difference between geranium and rose geranium?
They're very similar. Geranium is very interesting. It is one of the most adaptable, influential plants there is in essential oils. Time can be, different things can be, but geranium, at one point, this was about 20 years ago, there was almost 50 different varieties of geranium on the market, and they all just had slightly different scents. And what would happen is whatever was planted around the geranium would take on its properties. And so there was actually, even at one point, this geranium that smelled like chocolate. It smelled like you opened up a candy bar. And I think they actually had just planted cacao around the geranium. And so you're going to get different variations. The Egyptian's a little more heady, but it's still geranium. Rose geranium smells a bit like rose, probably a little bit more activating to the heart. Definitely the back heart, but like the front heart, but still hits the nervous system in a same way. Then there's Egyptian Bourbon that, again, it's kind of considered like one of the fancier geraniums. And I just feel like it's a little bit stronger version of normal geranium. I feel Egyptian geranium and Egyptian Bourbon is like kind of the same. whenever I play with it, it seems to be very, very similar. They use the Bourbon in perfumes sometimes. And so all the geraniums are going to be very, very, very similar with just some little slight nuances. You know.
Yeah, and you said that one was, it was Egyptian Bourbon?
No, Egyptian geranium is very similar to like I can't tell the difference between the two. Like they smell a little bit different, but the energetics of them and what they do to the body, I can't tell the difference. And the Egyptian geranium is substantially cheaper. So I don't really, I think I have a little bit of Bourbon around here somewhere, but I don't usually even use it in blends very much.
Okay.
Yeah. Any of the geraniums will work though.
Great. Feeling slightly nauseous and heaviness in the chest, which makes it difficult to breathe.
Maybe do a little bit of just like some health rays. Like just open up the health rays a bunch. I think you're letting go of a whole bunch and just open up the channels for it to like flush out. And if it doesn't let up, let us know.
Letty, will you just repost those health ray oils? Yep, I had the same experience with tuberose. Tuberose just blew it open like grenade.
Yeah.
It's just an is now, not an emotional,
Yeah.
mental, heavy lift.
Great. Beautiful. Good for you.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. Okay, well, I started at one person, but you're right. It just kind of went back over years. It's the same pattern, different, right?
Rarely is it about one person, but like it's the one person in front of you, you know, is usually what, yeah.
And then I'm wondering how long does it take me to really get this?
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm gonna make a spray for my son, okay? And I was gonna use the Texas cedar, and I wanted to know if you thought that was a good one. I got the vodka, which I don't usually drink, so I went and bought that. But he has a lot of fear right now because he doesn't really have a definite home, but it's kind of good. He's been in a hotel, and they found
I like the cedar form. Cedar is very fortifying. It's very strengthening, and it connects the heart and the crown, and so it will help with him being a bit guided, you know.
And how about for fear?
Rather than reactive?
Could I add anything else in there for fear, or do you think that would cover it?
It might not hit the fear. If you wanted to, like, it would almost have to be separate. One of the things that you know, fear can be a little bit cagey in treating. But like one of the things that you could do just like as a general thing is that benzoin. I don't know if you have that. Like it was in the fear class. It was the very first thing we let off in that. And that just helps put distance between you and the situation so you're not as reactive. And so I would say for him, it's not gonna make him disengage to where he doesn't do anything, but you know, if you think about like when you're feeling anxious or freaked out, it's so like under the microscope right there. And it just makes you step away from the microscope. You know, it gives you a little bit of a pause so you can have a little bit of time to like process it.
Well, he's really good about like putting lotion on his feet every night. You know what I mean?
Make a benzoin lotion. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah. And I know the spray will help because he likes that in his hair.
The spray, I think, will be very helpful for him. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So,
that's great.
And go ahead, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Greg. At one, everything's kind of running together, but at one point I was thinking about that guy at work and doing one of the and I could feel layers of tension letting go.
Yeah, I would say that guy at work is representative of several people that you've had like experiences with, not just you, any of us. Like, you know, there's certain, like if you think about somebody like him, like, you know, I know you know the pattern, but like somebody, for those of you who haven't heard her talk about it, he's like a person that's her boss that will just come in, drop something in on her, not really plan anything, expect everybody to rally around and take care of it, and then later, like, what would you say, like changes his mind or doesn't know why everybody can't pull it off. Like he's just not a very organized person. And in the corporate setting, I would say somebody who's very mediocre at their job. They're not good at doing their job, and they expect everybody around them to compensate.
Yeah, he does expect, he expects vendors to compensate.
He expects everybody to compensate.
He does. You're right about that.
Yeah.
And he will give me something to do, and then he won't give me the whole piece to do.
Right. That's right. That's what it was. So, you know, you could say, yes, that's a pattern for you, but I'd say probably 90% of the people listening have some sort of pattern like that for them as well. You know, somebody not behaving well is a pattern for everybody. It's just, how do we handle it? How do we deal with it? How do we let it impact us? They're not going away. Like, you know, they are having meetings all the time. They are going to stay on target. Like, you know what I mean? They are not going to change. And so you just got to get better at how you adjust, how you act, you know. I mean, it sucks, but at the same time, if it wasn't you and somebody else was standing there, he'd be doing the same thing to the next person. The next person would be just as upset. You know, maybe a little less, a little more, but still upset.
He did it to there was another person, and she retired. Actually, things were so upsetting, she went to her car and cried at lunch window.
Yeah, there you go. and I'm sure that's not the first person he's made cry like that. You know what I mean?
Everybody knows how he is, and that is it, Greg. It's how I can adjust myself.
Yeah, all you can do is you adjust. You're not going to change that person. It doesn't matter how articulate you are, how much you explain it, how much whatever. Not happening.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to me shifting internally more easily with more ease. So I did want to ask you one more. So as we're doing the process, and I have missed a little bit of it this morning, the hand seems to be swelling a little bit more.
With doing the process?
Yes. And, or it seems like that.
I'll look at you at lunch.
Okay.
Yeah. Boy, that darn hand.
Yeah, and you know, it was really, I really liked you mentioning that thing about the health raise. When you said if you're exercising more, it makes your health raise better versus just sitting on the sofa, sedentary.
Right.
And that is one of my issues that I'm really looking at how I can change is to exercise more, because that is part of the problem.
Yeah.
But I am gonna change that.
I mean, that part of psoriatic arthritis can get really, really cagey. You know, psoriasis is cagey. So the swelling in the hand is got that same vibe to it. But
yeah, and another part, it was very helpful for you to explain what Spikenard did, that the the part of the psoriasis on the skin actually causes stress in the body.
Yeah, it causes a stimulation of sympathetic or fight flight activity, but you're not conscious of it.
That is what I totally did not understand, because I thought, oh, these are just rashes and it's no big deal. But as I put more spikenard on them neat, the more the body calms down.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a trip, huh?
It's very interesting. It's helping me look at all. It's, I'm just looking at another life change.
think of those rashes, like psoriasis. You know how, like, if somebody was yelling at you, those rashes are something yelling at the body.
That's a good point, because it's like something
Just screaming at the body.
Something's trying to get out, it seems like.
Well, the psoriasis is an overproduction of cells, skin cells. So instead of having one in an area, you'll have 2 or 3. So it's a protective mechanism gone awry, but still at some point there's like it's just an agitation going into the body. Yeah.
That's really good to know. So I'll pay more attention and put more spikenard on the areas.
Calms it down, plus spikenard bounces out the skin, Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Dorothy. And
Hey,
then I'll-
Dorothy.
Yes. Well, she just brought up something that I hadn't thought of, but I've had a rash for a year and a half now, and I've been to the doctor and the skin doctor, dermatologist, and they didn't give me a name for it. And in my own energy work, I've come up with, it's an agitation that's getting out of the body, that eventually, it's almost gone, but it moved. It moved from my neck to the back of my head, to my back, to my arms, and then it would go away. I mean, it always went away in those areas and then go to something else. Very little of it is left. And I have done lots of energy work with it.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I didn't know. I wanted a name for it, or I wanted, but I'm believing that my theory is working that way, because I felt like itching is a healing, and in the body, it was trying to, the more I cleared, like in my aura, like you're talking about, the better, the less uncomfortable I was. And it was a clearing a little at a time in different places. Anyway, I didn't know it. I don't know why I brought that up, except since it's almost gone now.
Oh, good.
But I didn't know if you had anyone have that kind of experience. I mean, a year and a half is a long time.
Oh, rashes go all over the place. Yeah. And they can go on for years. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad mine's
there's
clearing up.
different kinds. Yeah, there's different kinds. And sometimes you know what they are and why, and sometimes you don't. I mean, the skin can be like, anytime you see like things disrupting the skin, it can be the body. You see this a little bit more in acne, where it's trying to get rid of something very quickly. But you always can look at the digestive tract, like function in the digestive tract, or it's part of how the respiratory tract is trying to detoxify. Yeah.
Well, I figured
one or two. Yeah.
Like you said, detoxify. That's what I feel like I was doing in this past year and a half.
Oh, good.
Well, for years now, but
Yeah.
still in this particular situation.
Hmm.
Anyway, the reason I wanted to ask, share or whatever is I'd like to know what you think or your experience has been with when we work through these situations that are agitating, like just you just shared about different people representing the same dynamic in the body, or emotions or mental, and as above, so below. So it's something we're clearing on a spiritual level as well. So the thing is, I've had some pretty intense experiences, and sometimes I don't think they're bothering me anymore, that I've cleared it. But when in conversation with people, sometimes something is brought up that I think an experience that I've had would help them, or at least it's part of my feeling compassion. But it seems like some teachers want to say, don't talk about it because it'll bring it back up. And I don't feel like that's happening, that I'm bringing it up for me. What I mean, I'm stirring it up in the body again, or emotions or mental. So I don't feel like that's happening. What I'm asking you is what you share a lot of experiences.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I would say that if it's genuinely been resolved, talking about it or not talking about it's irrelevant.
Just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I think.
Yeah. You know, like, not to go into this too much, but not all healing modalities are trying to resolve something. They're just trying to disconnect or dissociate from something. And so if one has dissociated from it, it doesn't mean it's resolved. It's just buried in the unconscious. And so if people talk about it, it brings it up from the unconscious again. Some healing modalities, I'm not going to say what they are, just heads up, but their way of dealing with it is to bury it in the unconscious. And it's still affecting you. It's just you're not conscious of it anymore. And so with that theory, talking about it would bring it up again, because you're bringing it to your conscious awareness, your conscious mind. So I would say that's probably I would say healing for like that kind of healing is very different than what I would call healing.
Yes, because you can come back and have to clear it because it wasn't resolved. Is that a factor?
Well, you're still being impacted by it. You're just not consciously aware of it, and it's going to impact you when you leave your body, when you pass. So it's not really a smart move. In my book, it's not a smart move.
Yeah,
it's just
so I've been working.
It's like borrowing a bunch of money, going, in 20 years, I'm going to have to do a balloon payment and pay it back. It's literally that kind of that mentality.
Yeah. And
I don't judge it, but it's like I also don't engage it. Like that's people's choice.
well, mine's been what I've been working with. It seems it's to get it out of my unconscious and resolve it. Yeah.
Good for you.
Thank you for sharing. Sometimes it's good to get some, for want of a better word, validation.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, if I'm going to energetically clean my aura, might having a little cup of kava tea be of assistance?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
We call that the evening around here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we have this place that's right by the house that they squeeze fresh kava. And so we go and buy, 3 or
Lucky
4 days
dog.
worth. And so, yeah. Well, they say they squeeze fresh kava, but I think we just figured out over a period of time that they're making kava tea.
Okay.
Yeah, really strong. And
Okay.
yeah.
So
So it's not as fancy as it sounds. Like, you know what I mean? But
hey, you use what you got, right?
yeah, exactly.
Okay. And if one is so blessed as to be able to discern colors while we're doing an energetic cleaning, would we use like a kind of a pastel green and a pastel violet in combination?
Yeah, I would say more violet than anything.
Okay.
Green is good. Green is decongesting, but if you've already done health rays, you could go right to the violet.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Green will deepen the cleansing effect on the health rays, and breaking things up and helping it to move out. But
yeah,
the violet is really what you're shooting for.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
The person earlier who was having that, the tightness, they said, thank you, it's helping. Nausea is much less and the heaviness is starting to lighten.
I mean, good for you. You, for whatever reason, you let off a bunch in the health ray, out of the aura. And sometimes so much will come out at once that you almost have to do them in reverse, where you got to go through like, okay, I've released a bunch. Now I still got to clean up the health rays because so much is coming up, they'll get like clogged a little bit. And so, even when I'm doing healings, I'll stop and do the health rays again, because like when you go deep, like more comes out. So good problem to have, but it's still a problem, And so like if you, especially working the aura and all of a sudden you feel like, oh, I'm feeling a little weird, or I'm feeling a little heavy, or for me, I feel like my head's getting like top heavy, like where I have a hard time doing that. It's, you just got to open up the health rays. Yeah.
And they said the health rays protocol was surprisingly painful to do in this context, but it did become easier over time.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be congestion. I mean, sometimes the congestion is stuff coming out of us. Sometimes it's the environment. Sometimes it's things projected at you by people. Like if somebody's really angry or upset at you, they're projecting at you and it's going to hit your health rays. So sometimes even some of that is being fleshed out. So yeah.
Somebody else said, I'm tight in the chest and throat. Just a sec, Cindy. Let me finish this one and then I'll go right to you.
No rush.
I'm tight in the chest and throat. I was thinking it was a slight blockage in releasing. So I'm setting an intent to let go and I'm deserving of better things. Am I on track?
I would do health rays and rotate your hips both directions. The rotating the hips just helps move energy up and out. And so it could be a little bit of a blockage. Yeah.
And go ahead, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
Hi.
Hey.
So I was working on my daughter, or I guess my relationship with her, her aura, and a couple things. Is it helpful to actually imagine the different places on her, like her brain and her spine, as I'm doing it, or with the marjoram and the
very good question. It could be. I would probably go more towards I mean, you could, like, I'd say, like, behavior, like words and thoughts, and then like emotions that you might project. That could be one. The other
Okay.
one,
Sorry, I dropped my phone.
the spine is actually a good choice. The
Okay.
spine is actually quite a good choice. You know, next week in the vagus nerve class, we're going to do a thing where we harmonize the sex chakra, solar, and the brain, you know, because you're balancing and harmonizing the three parts of the brain. If you could do that, where you put your awareness on all three and then kind of harmonize them, and then you let it go.
On me or her?
Like
Or
on
both?
you, and then you let it go, and then you think of her, right? Just in general, behavior, everything like that. And then you go back and you harmonize all three. We're going to be practicing this next week, by the way, and I'm going to see you in person.
Yes, you will.
So, but going back and forth, it helps to unwind the entanglement and helps because you're dealing with instinct, how you feel and how you think, and you're making it like one functioning unit. And then you're interacting with their energy body. So it's a way to like kind of be able to walk yourself out of that situation. Like, if that makes sense.
It does, because this is really fortifying me rather than changing her,
Right.
isn't it?
Right. Well, but especially you guys are connected, but you're also mother-daughter. Your shift is going to affect her whether she likes it or not.
She's not gonna like it.
She's probably not, but it will help her move through some of it without her having to consciously choose it.
Okay.
I you know, I had heard that for so many years or whatever, and I hadn't seen my family. You know, this is in the early days. I hadn't seen my family for holidays. You know, not my mom and dad, but like my family. You know, like aunts, uncles, grandpa, whatever. Hadn't seen them for a couple of years because I just was busy and I was traveling. And in that time, I had been doing intense meditation. And I was like, I really don't want to go see them, you know, all the drama that we all have with our family. It's like, I love them, but I love them at a distance, you know. And when I got there and I started interacting with them, at first, they were just like they always would be. And they're not bad. They're just, we're from different tribes. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And, as time went by in that day, their behavior started to change. And I realized it's all the meditation. Like they're having to interact with my energy body, just like I'm having to interact with their energy body. And when their energy body is interacting with mine, as long as I don't get pulled into their drama, they're getting pulled into mine. And mine is, we're not going to do this drama anymore.
Yeah. Interesting thing that I noticed while I was doing that is I must be holding the angst with her in a certain place in my body, and that was that like around my neck and my lower back, and I got done, I'm like, wow, it's not there. But now it's coming back, just talking about it, knowing I have to call her.
This is what I mean, it can be different in different situations, but when there is a conflict with somebody or some situation, or more likely when they're being adversarial, it will hit and start making you reactive in your body. And, you know, at some point you become less reactive and you become more aware of like, oh, there's an issue. Like, you know, there's this one person that is in my periphery that I won't talk to him for long periods of time. And then all of a sudden I wake up and I'm like, I am so annoyed by that person. And like Samantha go, about what? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just annoyed. And then they reach out in a day or two and they do some little snotty thing. And I was like, that's why I was annoyed. Like I could feel it coming. You know what I mean? And
Feel it coming.
sometimes it's not necessarily stuck in your body. Sometimes it's just hitting your body. And, you know, the more that you kind of unwind this, even that will dissipate.
So the final question related to all this. So purifying or cleaning out the aura, does that strengthen or protect the health rays? So like if you are being bombarded by someone, that the health rays aren't going to absorb the impact like it was.
Yeah, like the thing is, like with the aura is like attracts like, and so the more you kind of change your aura, like when somebody's being snotty, like say it's a thought form, like this is you, and like normally it would come in and go bam. Like at some point it starts to go, okay, I'm poking you, and then at some point it starts doing this. You know, it's just because even chords, the more you can make your sympathetic part of your nervous system calm, chords aren't a problem anymore. Done. Like, I mean, they're still going to be agitating somewhat. And I would say in some situations for myself, they're not a thing. And then sometimes they are. But I even do this little practice where like somebody might be really super upset at me and they chord me or whatever. And I'll go, okay, I know it's there. I'm going to just sit with it for a little while and be non-reactive. Where 5 years ago, I'd be, gotta get this off of me. I feel dirty, like, you know, and now I'm just like, okay, I'm going to sit with it. And sometimes in sitting with it and being non-reactive, I keep relaxing my body, they'll fall away. And I was going back through and I don't know, I was looking up something in, I think it was the Miracles Through Pranic Healing book. You know, I've read that book like 13, 14 times, and I still am blown away that I go to it and I was like, I've never heard that before. Same copy I'm looking at. And Master Choa makes a thing about, you know, when you're doing a healing, after you're done, you cut the cord. But in this one little tiny section, he said, if the healer is sufficiently relaxed enough, the cord will dissipate on its own. And I was like, that's kind of what I was experiencing. You know, it's people being agitated, and granted, the more agitated they are, the more likely you're going to have a reaction, right? So even over a period of time, what's going to happen is instead of that cord being a 10, it's a 3. It still doesn't feel good, but it's not like it used to be, or what it could have been. And so you just keep calming it down, and pretty soon you're like, yeah. You know, like yesterday, somebody, not in any of my circles, something from my distant past, they corded me pretty hard at the beginning of the day. And I was like, I'm just going to see how long I can go with just being calm and not having it make me agitated, not whatever. And I made it to bedtime. And then I was like, well, I don't want to sleep with this. So it was like no drama about it at all. But that takes practice. Like that's not something like, oh, I was just, it's because 5 years ago I would have flipped out. Like it's just been constant, like I'm going to clean the cords, I'm going to calm the nervous system, I'm going to calm all these things down. And when this particular person gets upset at me, which they do on a regular basis, I haven't spoken to this person in almost 10 years, but I hear through the grapevine. And it doesn't bother me anywhere near like it used to. Like it's just not quite a non-issue, but I can see a non-issue in the headlights. You know what I mean? Like it's getting there. It's like it's so getting there. Yeah.
Well, good. I'll put that in action.
You have a harder one because it's your child. Like that's a tougher one.
Yeah, and she's
But it's very doable. It's very doable.
she's very headstrong and tenacious about it, let's just say.
Yeah.
But we'll get it.
And being headstrong and tenacious makes her a better survivor out in the world, but here it's not so good,
Right.
you know. So
Thank
the
you.
more that she kind of can calm those instinctive responses, she can temper it so that it's good sometimes. And when she needs to not be doing it, she's not doing it. But that
Well,
takes
she's not going to do it. It's all, everything's going to have to come from my end. So that's
Yeah.
why I was asking those questions.
but life will teach her some of that as well. Life and
Or if
time.
I can survive that long.
How old is she, by the way?
She's 39.
Yeah. She might be getting some life lessons here soon. 40s are usually when life lessons hit.
Well, I'm glad to see you next week, and thanks for your help.
Yeah. You know, the reason I say that is you enter in your Saturn cycle in at 42. And so if you think about like things that you went through or other people, it's always in their 40s. You know, sometimes later, but a lot of things happen for a lot of people in their 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that decade you really grow up.
Yeah.
All right, see you next week.
Okay.
Or tomorrow too.
And go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
So you're talking about chords and the aura, and that's actually where I was headed with my question. So you know, you've got a lot of practice with your meditations and all that to be able to accomplish what you were describing. So my question is, my understanding, what I've been learning is that you cut cords and that those cords are feeding the person or situation. And when you cut it, they sometimes reattach. So there's that aspect that I'm trying to piece together with how that's also, we just cleansed aura. So the aura, how those cords are affecting your aura. Will you be able to talk more about these
You mentioned
connections?
that. Guess what we're talking about after lunch?
Yay! Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll leave it till
We're
then.
going to deep dive on chords. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay. Me.
We should break for lunch.
Okay, I do. I mean, okay, if you want to break
Yeah,
for lunch,
we'll
I do
break for
have some
lunch.
that are
Yeah.
short, but that's fine.
Okay, maybe a couple of short ones.
Okay. So mechanical question. Greg said to think of the person situation and we use the pattern. Are we putting the person situation of the in the energy center or just keeping them in our thoughts and awareness?
Keeping it in your thoughts as you work through the pattern.
I used hyssop, Croatian, in the aura clearing and saw lots of birds, colorful parrots. Curious if there is a connection to the hyssop. Was also working on an overlay verbally abusive person connection. Parroting, perhaps?
Hard for me to say of that, but I would say, you know, hyssop is tied to activation of the heart and crown and expansion of awareness and consciousness. My guess is it had more to do with that. Anytime you see birds, it has more to do with like expansion or being up out of your body.
OMG, it's so refreshing to hear Greg say this about sitting with and not reacting to the funky stuff and not being constantly reactive that I have to immediately jump on it.
Yeah.
I've been feeling and practicing something like this for a while. It's nice to hear some good news about the practice.
Yeah. And it's nice to teach your nervous system like, okay, yeah, that's happening, but I don't have to be reactive. Because like if everything's a 911, oh my God, I feel this, I feel that, you're kind of teaching yourself to be like agitated. And so I had that realization many years ago. Like I was in a group of people, you know, all the energy healers, and nobody could sit down because the chair was dirty and they didn't spray and cords and somebody touched somebody. And I was like, oh my God, we're a bunch of nut jobs. Like I need to be grounded in the real world. And doesn't mean that I don't and do the energy part, but I want to be grounded in the real world. And so I noticed that if I just stopped reacting to all that stuff, it stopped bothering me. Just like, I'm just not going to do it anymore. Doesn't mean that I don't do hygiene. Doesn't mean I don't cut. Doesn't mean I just go sit in super poopy, dirty energy. But everything doesn't have to be pristine for me to do it. You know.
They added, conversely, I am in my yearly and life Saturn cycle right now.
Nice. Yeah.
And someone else said Saturn cycle is just so much fun. Not.
Yeah, I hear you.
And then lastly, I was burning aura cleanse and incense during the aura segment, and it just made my living room so soft.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the cords scar me, and I'm glad to know that practicing a patient approach works.
And we're going to go deep on cords as well. Like that starts to be a lot more concentrated than just the things in the aura, like Deborah was saying. So we got to have a little bit of a way of surviving that or managing that. So,
yeah.
So how about we'll take a break for lunch and we'll come back and we're still going to do chords and one other thing. So I'll see you at 5 after 3. Everybody, let's come on back. And we're at the top of page 3, etheric chords. Or etheric chords. So first, let's talk about what they are, and then we'll talk about other pieces. So an etheric chord is an energetic connection between you and the people around you, the people you interact with. Like with your family, you have energetic chords that are positive, even though they might have a little bit of contamination in them, they're positive, right? When you have a negative interaction between you and another person, a negative chord can form. And this connection is just energy moving back and forth, right? Like we have our verbal communication, we have our body language, we have the things that we're implying, the things that we're not implying. But when we interact with people, there's also an energetic exchange. And you could say energy is a lot like water. It goes from greater to lesser, right? Now, greater to lesser could be like one person's high vibration, one person's not. But it also can be that one person is very emotional and the other person not emotional, right? So if the person who's super emotional is upset at somebody, there's going to be more energy moving towards the other person than vice versa, right? So positive chords, we have a connection because we're just connected, like between a parent and a child, between, partners, between like when two people have been dating for a while, they form chords. When they get married, they form a very strong chord or a series of chords. And so positive chords are this positive exchange between people. But what can happen is over a period of time is that it can be non-specific, but say it's between two partners, for example. and they both love each other. They're both, there's no like real issue, but one partner goes to work and has a very stressful day, comes home and is not stressed out about the other person, but because of the cords, that stress energy that one person's experiencing is beginning to affect the other person. The other person doesn't really have a reference, but there is an energy exchange, right? So what happens is on one level, it starts to change our aura, our energy body, right? So you could say there could be a kind of contamination that happens, or just, it changes what's in the energy field. But if you remember what we said about the aura, that eventually whatever's in the aura, because it's an energetic mold or blueprint, begins to physicalize. What happens is when you have a lot of negative cords with a particular person, you begin to physicalize and take on tendencies that person might have, right? So if you've ever been in the middle of an argument and you realize I'm starting to behave like that other person, it's a simple form of contamination, right? Now, not all cords are bad. Like I said, some are good. Some are just super neutral. But like when you're interacting with a group, like even the idea of a form of like peer pressure, you could say, is a form of connection. Think of it like this, like you are in a group and you're starting to have other thoughts, you want to do other things, you want to break out of the group, but everybody's like, no, keep doing what we're doing. We're all doing this. We're all making these efforts. We're all committed to this one thing. And you're like, yeah, it's not really working for me, right? Part of what holds you in the situation somewhat is these cords, right? So even when you want to like break out of a situation, people have either projected like a certain identification of you within a family unit, a work unit, whatever it might be, and you stepping away from the usual way of doing things sometimes also can agitate these cords. Now, let's just talk about negative cords for a second. Negative cords are the byproduct of the fight-flight mechanism, right? That part of your nervous system. It's the sympathetic part of the nervous system, but I'm just going to keep saying fight-flight, right? So it's about activity. It's about reacting to things that are happening. So either the person who's projecting the cord, that is coming from fight-flight, and when it hit your field, like say somebody's upset at you, they are projecting something towards you, you had no idea, and all of a sudden, boom, it hit your field. It engages in you fight-flight, right? It engages in you an instinctive response. So what happens is there starts to be an energy that goes back and forth and can like start to build or start to escalate, right? And so part of what happens is when they're negative, it doesn't take you to higher mental faculties. It keeps taking you down to lower instinctive responses. Like you keep doing this and it keeps escalating, right? So at some point, if somebody can go, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore, right? I'm going to focus on my heart. I'm going to focus on my crown. I'm going to focus on the good in the situation. Those are all great ways, but the nervous system still needs to be tempered, right? So for you to genuinely let go of these negative cords, you have to stimulate parasympathetic activity. So when we were talking about the health race, we were talking about the balancing between fight, flight, and rest and repair, right? Here, we're taking it a step further and saying, this isn't about balancing, it's already out of balance. What we need to do is we need to release these negative cords. So we do that through the stimulation of rest and repair. just like I said, in rest and repair, you can let go of thoughts, you can let go of emotions, you can let go of patterns. Like when you're dreaming, you're kind of working through something so that you identify it and work your way out of it. You release it, right? In this particular case, the stimulation of the rest and repair mode and or the stimulation of the vagus nerve, which is a cranial nerve that comes out of the base of your skull, you're able to let go of the cord. You're able to not have those cords affect you so much. So we were kind of talking before lunch about like, oh, you just relax into it. And, you know, it's not as easy as it sounds. It's so much easier to use oils just to go through and like, let's just calm this down, right? You know, you can train yourself over a period of time, but it takes a while. So even when you have cords between, say, you and a partner, and the partner has a very stressful day, the thing that keeps you from taking on the negativity, again, is the same mechanism, is the ability to have an activation of rest and repair. Now, like we're going to be talking about this in depth next weekend in the vagus nerve class. The vagus nerve is tied to the connection between the heart and the crown, right? It allows the heart to activate to a much higher degree. It allows energy to move up and allows for the crown to become more activated, right? And so on one level, you can say it's the stimulation of the rest and repair mode, the vagus nerve being a part of this. You could also just stimulate the vagus nerve and have it release the cords. Now, even regulating and fortifying the vagus nerve reduces the amount of negativity that you absorb from the environment, right? It just reduces it. And it reduces the amount of negativity that you absorb from other people. So what happens is that escalating thing that happens stops happening as much and sometimes completely stops, right? It becomes easier to work something out. Like when there's cords between people and there's a lot of negative energy going back and forth, the tendency is for it to keep escalating because fight-flight keeps getting more and more engaged, right? So at some point you have to go, I need to switch my nervous system out of this, right? So here we're utilizing oils to clean up the cords or disconnect them somewhat. And then we're utilizing oils to stimulate the rest and repair mode to just kind of either break free, or if it's between you and somebody where it's a positive cord, which is much more dense. It's very hard to disengage this. It helps to kind of clean them up and almost like transmute them, you could say, right? So what I'd like you to do before we start going through and doing any of the oil work is think of a person or two where you have a little bit of an issue. Could be family, friend, loved one, could be a jerk at work, could be somebody in your surroundings, your periphery, doesn't matter. Now, cords can also happen to events, right? So if you have like this old event, like say you're in a bad car accident, for example, and every time you think of the car accident, it's a little emotional. There's a cord between you and the event itself that you think of the event and you're actually kind of drawing some of that energy from the event to you that stimulates that fight-flight response. And so if you understand this idea of like getting triggered and fight-flight, anything that is a potential trigger, you kind of want to go through and visit these things because you want to diminish the connection between you and whatever that event is, right? So sometimes when I'd be doing therapy on people who were breaking out of a pattern with, say, in a family unit or in the workplace, part of what we would have to do is clean up the cords so that they could make the transition out of that connection. What would happen is if we didn't do that, we'd make a little bit of a shift and then they get around the people and they get pulled back in. And then we'd make a shift, they get pulled back in. So manually, energetically, you can go through and clean up the cords. It's so much easier with oils. It is 100 times easier with oils. So even certain incenses and things can actually have a big impact on this, right? So what I'd like you to do is ironbark eucalyptus cleans cords. Rue actually helps to disconnect negative cords, right? And then kind of the Cadillac version of this is etheric cords. So whatever you might have, pull out the oil you're going to use. And before we inhale, I'm going to have you think of a couple people. We're going to clean things up and then we're going to focus on a couple people. Okay, so you're just thinking of your Uncle Bob, or your, Uncle Bob is just the archetypal jerk in the family. I don't know why I picked Bob, but just as easily could have been Gary or, whatever. Think about how you feel. Think about how you get stirred up a little bit, or sometimes what happens is you think of this person and you just kind of check out a little bit, like, it's like almost overwhelming. Now, if it's between you and a person that, you don't really have a negative connection, you have a positive connection, it deepens the connection and it deepens the interaction between you and the person. Right? So if it's between you and a partner, it strengthens the connection. If it's between you and somebody negative, it helps clean things up so that it makes it easier to disengage. Okay, so let everything go. We're not going to focus on anything right off the bat. Whatever oil you're using, just start inhaling it. Take long, slow, deep breaths. You're not thinking about anybody in particular. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just pause and be still. Notice how you feel. We didn't think about anybody in particular. We just kind of cleaned the pipes, so to speak. Okay, now pick somebody. Now, it could be negative, it could be positive. If it's positive, you're just seeing how you feel about the person, and does your feeling increase or decrease as you clean this up? If it's negative, do you feel as agitated afterwards as you do when you first think of the person? Okay, so think of one person and just start taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're focusing on that person. You're not following any pattern. You're just taking long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. You're still focused on that same person. And then pause, pause, and be still. Think of that same person again and take long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Let's choose another person. Let's just practice. Think of another person and just take some long, slow, deep breaths as you think of that other person. Okay, be still for a second. Let's talk about something. If you've ever been around like a great spiritual teacher, you know, I'm not just talking about like somebody doing a workshop. I'm talking about you're around the Dalai Lama, you're around, you know, somebody who's, you know, connected. So what happens, you get around that person and, you know, you sit, they come out and talk, they start talking, and about 5 minutes into it, you go, you conk out. I think I saw the Dalai Lama close to 10 times before I stayed awake for his whole lecture. And I looked around at everybody, you know, and several of those times, everybody conked out, or everybody was sitting with their arms and legs crossed like this, right? And they were kind of like nodding a little bit, right? So part of what's happening there is there's an energy that is exchanging in the chords, but the energy is a very high vibration energy. It's a spiritual energy. And it is literally putting you in rest and repair mode to increase the connection to the divine. It's not the person's intention. The person's intention is they're just being present with, you know, whatever practice or tradition they are, and it's having an impact on anybody that's around them, right? Now, I go back to the thing that Cindy was talking about between her and her daughter. So you go through and you keep cleaning out cords, and if you keep coming back to this place where you can get in a place of rest and repair, guess what happens? Not only does negative things go back and forth to the cords, positive things can go through as well. And if you can get to that place where you're non-reactive, and then you start, you know, chanting, meditating, praying, or even if you're just thinking loving thoughts to the person, sometimes just love is not enough, but like a divine kind of love. Because sometimes even just like human love is triggering to a person. I know it sounds weird, but it happens. It's a way of doing therapy on the person. It's like literally giving them an IV bag of a certain kind of energy. And so your ability to non-react first is for you, but then over a period of time, it can be how you shift the people around you. Like it is almost like doing a therapy session. Even when they're being upset, it helps them to kind of come to a place that can be different than what they normally do. And so you see that in an extreme when you're around somebody like the Dalai Lama or somebody like that, some great, you know, teacher or being. And so the mechanisms are the same, but kind of energy passing through is different. Like at first we're talking about, let's diminish the negative, but eventually they're able to experience such a state where their soul contact starts to increase your ability to have soul contact. Their experiencing of divine love starts to become your experiencing divine love. Their experiencing inner peace starts to become your ability to experience inner peace. And so you can do this even with events, and you can actually do it with items. Like, you know, you hear me talk about like this Dorje, for example. It's about 400 years old. You know, it came down through different tradition, you know, different lamas in this one tradition, and establishing a cord and drawing that spiritual energy in that came from so many high lamas, using that that item, that it's almost like a kind of energy or a transference of energy that can come from that item to the person using it or holding it, right? The same for like when you go to church or you look at stained glass windows or a tonka or a statue, there can be a transference of energy. So the more that you open up these chords, the more potential is there. So, you know, usually on a regular basis, I say something that's very embarrassing to admit out loud, right? But I would say until I was at the age, maybe 35, I don't know that I knew what love felt like. There was people who were very loving around me, but I never felt it. Like I could see that they were loving, but I never felt it. And it wasn't until I was taught to go through and manually open the chords. And when those chords got cleaned out, all of a sudden I could feel love. I was like, how did that work? You know, and I had to talk it out with a teacher. But basically he said the chords were too impacted. People were feeling love for me, but because of all the stresses and the traumas and the upset and the anger and all this, I couldn't feel anything. And so when these things got cleaned out, all of a sudden people would say something and I was like, oh, I could feel the love in that. Like I actually could feel the love in that. And it was such a, because I just was like, I remember somebody asking me, like when I was in my late 20s, you know, like, you know, when you feel love, da 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 da, it's like, no, I don't know what that feels like. I've never felt love. And it wasn't because people weren't loving around me. It's because the chords were so impacted. It's like I never got the message, right? And so, yes, we want to clean things up, but we also want to open up the pathways for good things that come in too, right? We also want to open up the potential for love to come in, a connection with a friend or a loved one, spiritual energies come in from teachers, or from items. You know, I have several items where I use them or wear them all the time because of the energy that comes through them. You know, when something's been used for a long time, it's not just the item itself. There's an energy that comes through it. It feeds my centers. It feeds my development, you could say. And so first we want to negate the negative. And then we want to start having connection, but then we want to start experiencing the positive, and then we really want to start experiencing the positive. All of this is the same mechanisms. All of this will be reflected in the aura, in the energetic mold or blueprint. If you're having back and forth with somebody who's very hostile, it's going to reflect in the aura. If you are experiencing love between you and a partner or a family member or whoever, it's also going to be reflected in the aura. If you have a teacher where there's a transference of energy, that's going to be reflected in the aura. You have items that are sacred or holy, you have a connection to, because there are practices of how to connect to them, right? It's not just like, oh, I have it. You do things to specifically connect to that item. It's like it becomes part of your energy body or your aura. Then that is reflected in your energy body, in your aura, right? And so this is a lot more than just the nasty person that you see at work every week. It starts to be about more and more, right? And so, somebody very important to me kind of like passed away. I don't know, it's been almost 20 years now, 15 years. And, after a little period of time, I was like, I really I don't feel anything negative about the situation. I also don't feel positive. I don't feel a connection. And then I realized that the chords to the memories to the idea of the person, like their legacy, you could kind of say, those chords were super contaminated. And so as I went through and unwound them, I was like, oh yeah, there's that feeling again. But it started to just feel kind of like numb. Like I would think of the situation or the person, didn't feel anything. Right? Sometimes things are good and bad at the same time. And sometimes the bad is overwhelming the good. It's just a way to open things up. So what I'd like you to do, think of an event. Think of a past situation or issue. It can be good, it could be bad, it doesn't matter. But think about it and just reflect, keep your eyes closed. And as you're thinking of the situation, begin inhaling the quartz, their quartz, or whatever oil you're using, iron bark or rue. Iron bark has more of a cleansing effect. Rue has a little bit more of a cutting effect. You're still thinking of the person, or excuse me, the situation, the memory, the event. And then just be still. Just be still. Think of something very positive, a person or an event that's very, very positive. Something that was impactful to you or you enjoy thinking about, like it brings you happiness or joy. Continue to think of it and then inhale the oil. And then just be still. Now, visit these different situations, see how they feel. You're not inhaling right now, you're just simply visiting each situation, the negative, the positive, the event. How does it feel? Okay, we want to take this a little bit deeper. Part of when you're interacting, part of those chords, they're going to hit your energy body, they're going to hit a chakra or a body part. They're going to work their way through the body and eventually to your spine or your spinal cord, right? So we want to unwind. Part of how you interact with the environment is energy comes into the spine and then it's expressed out of the spine, right? In and out, in and out. Okay, so you're going to continue to use the oil that you're using, but now you're going to practice spinal awareness. So if there's a spot in your spine that you feel something, your awareness is on that spot and inhale. If you don't feel anything at all, your awareness is on the whole spine as you inhale. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness from your spine to your navel. Now go 1.5 inches below your navel. Approximately 1.5 inches below your navel. Your awareness is there and you're just taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still, pause, and let go. Okay, let's try this with one of the people that we know, right? Good or bad, choose one. You're thinking of that person while your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Continue to think of that person. Your awareness is on your navel. Your awareness is 1.5 inches below your navel. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Just pause and let go. What do you notice? Now, we're going to do the part for the nervous system. Marjoram is the choice for the rest and repair mode. Anise also is a stimulant to the vagus nerve, which is an aspect of rest and repair. So if you don't have marjoram, see if you have anise.
Would anise be an A choice? Like
The A choice would be marjoram. Like anise is close, but marjoram would be the better choice. Yeah. Okay, so here you're just going to think of the person and inhale. If you think about some of the things that we talk about with marjoram, you know, pulls you out of fight flight and it does all these things. One of the things is that it's very transmuting. Now that we've talked about the rest and repair aspect of the nervous system, you can see why it's transmuting. Transmuting because that's the place where you're able to let things go. That's the place where you go to in sleep time, in dream time, to let go of something or process it and work it out. So you're taking long, slow, deep breaths with marjoram. Okay, think of another person or event. Long, slow, deep breaths.
Does it need to be a negative person?
No. Doesn't need to be a negative person. It could be a positive person. And just let go. Now we're going to go through and just do the pattern. Which one is just body awareness? Where do you feel something in your body? And then take some long, slow, deep breaths. You're still practicing body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the jaws where they hinge in front of the ear. So right about there. Right about the ear canal, but in front of the ear. Both sides at the same time. And then just be still. Okay, so now you have the marjoram. You're thinking of the person or the event, whatever it might be. You're taking some long, slow, deep breaths. We're not doing a pattern yet. You're just taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Now, you're still thinking of the person or the event. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on the spine. If there's, or excuse me, not the spine, your body. Your awareness is on your body. Feel it in your body. And then inhale and exhale. That's fine. Your awareness is still on your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the jaws where they hinge. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause and be still. Just pause and let go. Different person, different situation. Again, begin inhaling, no pattern right off the bat. Just inhale and think of the person or the situation. Your awareness is on the body. Think of the person, think of the situation. Where do you feel it in the body? And inhale. And move your awareness to the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Just pause and be still. Think of each of those people in the situation. See what you notice. Hey, let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Fire away.
Hey, Greg. It's Tracy.
Hey.
Okay, so when we first started doing that, knocked me out. Oh, well, actually, it was the one before, the oil before. It was the weirdest thing. Like I took 2 little sniffs and I almost dropped the bottle. And the whole time I was like, okay, I'm just going to hold it as close as I can and just, let go. When I got to the marjoram, I woke back up like it like completely. It was very strange. And at the end of this one, when I'm thinking about the person, I feel I feel it like, have you seen those cartoons where the person has got where their head's about to like blow up, like and it's like fuzzy and like fiery and stuff. That's kind of how my head felt, and it's dissipating. So it felt like it was leaving. Yeah, it was just weird. It's a weird feeling. Thank you.
Yeah, like, and I would say too, like sometimes, like, here, potentially you were talking about maybe an employee or something. It doesn't mean that the issue goes away, but how you handle the issue and the interaction, that they hear you, that you hear them, all of that is improved. So there's a greater potential for resolution in the situation. But, long-term, like a long-term employee, for example, it might improve your interaction with them. But if it's somebody you're like, either they get better or we're going to have to let them go, you might end up still having to let them go, but it's like a much nicer version of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just is what it is.
Yeah, there's a good breakup and a bad breakup.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be a good breakup.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So good. Very valuable with dealing with employees, by the way. When you have like a bunch of employees, because they feel your stress, and then, whatever they're doing or whatever, just keeps everything open and keeps everything calm.
That's good, because I had a situation
Yeah.
yesterday that was not calm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was a donkey on the edge yesterday.
Yeah. And the thing is like, when you have employees, you might be dealing with a problem within the business and everybody reacts a little bit different. It's not always that they're a problem and, or you're a problem. It's just people react different ways to the situation, be it dismissive or super stressed out or taking it personal, whatever it is, and it just calms all of that down.
That's good. Thank you. I definitely need that.
Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi, I had the hugest flash of insight on how to work with an issue I've got with these people. And it's not bad people, but it was just an issue that needed to be figured out. And boy, it just came to me in a blinding flash. So woohoo, cross your fingers that it's going to work exactly right. But I don't think I would have had it.
Oh, good.
So, and also I had a nice nap. So what happened?
That's going around a little bit.
What happened after you fell asleep to the Dalai Lama? Because obviously I'm dealing with my master here. And I'm falling right to sleep.
I would always go have a good nap. The first time that I was able to stay awake, I actually heard the whole dissertation, his whole speech, and I was like, not only did I hear it, I understood it, because sometimes, like, he's speaking English, I have no idea what he's saying. It's just so overwhelming. But like, the more I got used to it, the more it integrated.
Yeah, he was. He was here, and I saw him twice during his visit, and oh my gosh, what I like about him among the master thing, but he's also a science geek.
Yeah.
too, and what they were all saying was just like, whoa,
Yeah.
it's so cool. So yeah, fun.
Good. Pretty good.
Lots of people falling asleep. I couldn't stay awake.
Yeah. I mean, look at not all of our stress, not all of our tension is our tension or our stress. Like, you go through and you clean it out and like, boom.
I zonked out for 10 minutes during the etheric cord segment 1, and it felt like I slept for 8 hours.
Yeah. So think of this. Why not do this? Just this one little piece right as you're getting ready to go to bed. Stress from the day, stress from people, stress from coworkers, employees, family, just being out and about. I think I've told this story a bunch of times where this was really super early on. I took on my first assistant way back in the day. And, she was just going to be scheduling people for sessions with me and, relaying any message because I was in session all day. I couldn't do the phones and do the sessions. And so, she was just this housewife that she, gave her a cell phone and she was going to answer the phone and, do whatever booking and relay whatever message. And, I told her like, okay, people are going to want to get in, people are either super stressed out or they have a health issue. They're going to want to get in soon. My schedule's not always that flexible. And so I go, after you talk with somebody, I was just teaching her to manually cut the cord. And she was like, yeah. And so like about a week went by and, I thought everything was going fine. And she called me up and she goes, I'm going to have to quit. And I was like, oh, okay. I go, was it something I said or I did? Like, if so, like, I apologize and maybe I can learn from this. Or she goes, no, you're fine. She goes, you're nice enough, because we didn't know each other. Like, and so I was like, okay. And I go, anything I can do? And she was like, no. And then I was like, oh, okay. Like, I'm still trying to process what's happening. And I go, can I just ask, like, why is this not working for you? Just so I can, adjust maybe for the next person. And she goes, well, everybody who's calling, they're stressed out, they're having a difficult time, they're sick, they have a story about what's going on. And she goes, every one of them's upsetting. Like, they're coming to you for a reason, they're coming to you for healing, but every story is upsetting. And I was like, oh, okay. I go, can I ask just one more question? And she goes, yeah. And I go, were you cutting the cords after every conversation? And she was quiet for a very long time. And she went, no, like kind of in that tone, no. And I go, can we do an experiment? And let's just have you do one more day. And this time, after you're done with everybody, you cut the cord. And she was like, okay. And like, it wasn't even all the way through the next day. She, like, I got a voicemail. I was like, can I please keep my job? And I was like, yeah, sure. And so, the next time, in a day or two, we talked it out. I was like, what is it? She goes, I would be super upset and emotional and I would cut the cord and it would just stop. And I was like, yeah, it's the connection between people. She goes, I thought you were a weirdo when you were saying all that stuff. She goes, but it's real. Like, you cut the cord and it just stops. And I was like, yeah, like, you're feeling their stress. You're feeling their, I was dealing with a lot of cancer patients at the time. And I was like, you're feeling like they're in a life and death situation. Like, it's It's a real thing. And so, you know, she ended up working for me for like a couple of years. And that whole thing about even just an interaction on the phone is not a bad person, not a good person. It's just a person who's stressed, or a person that's upset, or a person who's desperate, or whatever it is. At the end of the day, all of that adds up, and you go through and you do this, and all of a sudden you're just like, ah, I can relax and go to bed. Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Technically challenged, sorry. So I have two questions,
Mhm.
and they're very different from each other. The one is that mentioning about the type of cord that you have, say, in a marriage,
Mhm.
and you didn't use this word, but the difficulty in cutting them. And I'm wondering I sort of have this image that there are layers of how that cord gets dissolved. And I'm wondering sort of like, at what point,
Are you talking about after a divorce?
at what
Yeah.
point that can be cut? I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
thought the
'Cause
word, but I didn't say
during
it.
the marriage, there's no cutting it. Like
Right,
it's
right. Yeah, right. Sorry. But during the divorce, I was wondering like at what point is that cord, can you consider it cut? Or is there always a certain amount of that cord that lasts as long as you have like something
yeah.
in common,
So-
like
So
a
that could be a little bit of a like a theory. So like, let's talk it out for a second. I would say, like kind of what you were hinting at about layers, there are some layers to this. So one layer is the more that situations are unresolved and each party's like upset, that's going to keep the cords bouncing back and forth. So that's one level. Two, when you got married, you know, at the end, maybe they were, you call them like permanent cords kind of, but you know, it's open to interpretation. So in the beginning, when you got married, they started off positive, but at the end, those positive cords were all of a sudden negative. It was just about the connection of the relationship. And so you can go through and do special things to dissolve those. But there is another aspect sometimes with there was a vow, and that changes things a little bit. You know, it's just like if you try to cut a cord between a parent and a child, even if you disintegrate the positive cords, they just snap right back. And so with the vow, I would say do a kind of prayer where you ask for the vow to be undone. It's not an issue usually, but it can be an issue sometimes. You know, I would say more than in a marriage, sometimes people have taken vows of poverty or celibacy in past incarnations. And then in the incarnation, they're still being on a soul level held to that vow. As far as with the relationship, I've seen it happen. It's not common, but I've seen it happen where you need to undo the vow. And so, you know, it just takes about 2 minutes. It's not a super complicated thing, but you know, it takes a lot of juice. You know, it takes a lot of energy to do it, but it's not complicated. Usually it's just the disentangling of the disgruntled part, and then a little bit of time they'll start to dissipate. Rue would probably do it, or you know, you're doing energy stuff. I take it you know how to use a disintegrator.
Yes.
Yeah, you use a disintegrator, you break up the cords between you and the person. That usually does it.
Okay.
Yeah. I honestly though, I would wait till the back and forth is really kind of done though, because they'll just keep reforming.
Yeah. I'm comfortable with the way the chords are right now. It was more, I'm thinking it would be a long-term thing that they're dissolving, and I was curious. So I appreciate that.
The more you get to a place where you kind of just, it's not even that you just don't care, you're just like, you know.
Yeah.
They dissipate on their own. Like if you really need to disconnect, you can use the disintegrator or a PERBA to do it. But usually just resolving it, calming everything down will make it go away.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other question I have is something that's very different.
Okay.
So it's about, so one of the things that I chose was a thing.
Mhm.
And that thing is my new house.
Mhm.
That has been a very bad relationship since the day I put money down on it.
Mhm.
And I need to be here a while, so I'm trying to come to terms with it. And every time we would start like the Jaws, I would just burst into tears thinking about that first day of moving in here. And you know, it's a strange thing. There's gonna be, there needs to be a cord between this
Yeah.
entity and me.
Yeah, it could be that connection or that cord, and sometimes it's other factors as well. So one of the things you can do is sit and visualize your house, and then do the thing Mingmen, Backhart, Crown, and just keep doing it over and over again until it feels positive.
Great, thank you.
Because like sometimes, like you said, it might have been the situation, it might have been where you came from, you know, what other situation you came from. Could be that there was some weird thing going on at the house when you got it, or when you were buying it, you know, something to do with the financing, the realtor was being a jerk, you know, any version of that can impact those things. And the thing with doing the Mingmen, the Backhart, and the Crown, ginger lily, if you have it, you could actually use marjoram as well. Rose would work. Sadness and grief would work. It just transmutes the thoughts and feelings that are associated with that, and makes you connect with whatever it is to a much greater degree. So yeah, like if you do that and there's still something, then, you know, maybe other things need to be done, but that usually is a very big piece.
Great, thank you.
You're so welcome.
This feels so good, thank you.
You're so welcome.
I'm laughing, just back to those experiences. Where is it? There's just more people falling asleep, but
Yeah, I mean, you're stimulating rest and repair, like literally. And so and then you're doing it specifically to these situations, and it's just like chill mode all the way through. Very good.
zonked out with etheric chords, 2 to 3 whiffs of the marjoram, and there was a huge shift, very present and peaceful. So much energy started to move, and it was still peaceful.
Good. Very good.
What does it mean if you get agitated and feel a little upset versus sleepy?
There could still be like a little bit of an unresolved thing that you might be aware of or not aware of, but it's there. You know, sometimes this does increase awareness, and you realize like this dance isn't over yet with this person or this situation or the event, and it can be a little bit agitating, but keep working it just so that you're in a good place when whatever happens. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to predict what it is. You might know what it is, you might not. Like, you know, I go back to that person where I wake up and haven't thought about them for 6 months, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh boy, that person's on my mind. I'm a little bit irritated. And then they call later in the day and, you know, say something really obnoxious. And they're like, there you go. That's why it was on my mind. Like I can feel it coming. It's a little bit of that. Yeah. Hey, and this is the way that I look at it. It's uncomfortable and agitating, but you're not going to be caught off guard. You're not going to be surprised. So like, sometimes with something like that, I'm like, okay, now I can have my awareness up so that I know that something's coming, and I don't just react. I react in a way that's strategic rather than just, I got to put the fire out. You know what I mean? And so even that is a very good thing. At least in my mind, it's a very good thing. Like, it's so much better to get a heads up that, hey, this jerk's going to call today. Great. So many calls, I'm not caught off guard.
How does the process change when you're cutting cords with someone who has passed, or does it?
Yeah, it's more like the memories and like the events and the people around them. Like, I would think of that person, but it's still going to affect all those other things. It's possible that you can still have a cord maybe to the emotional body, but when their physical body falls away, usually the cord falls away, any sort of connection. But it doesn't mean that we're not still caught in a memory or a thought process or an event or something like that. So just visit the things that pop up in your mind about the person. Yeah.
The negative people / events are blurry now.
Yeah, good for you. Good.
And this kind of goes with just what you were saying. Is it possible to cut cords with deceased parents?
Yeah, it usually is already gone, but it's still like the memory. You guys had a life together, and there's probably good times and not so good times. And I'd say if there are certain things that pop up in your memory, those events that are kind of charged, good or bad, you can open up the channel to that, so that if it's bad, you're letting it float away, and if it's good, you're able to hold on to it and still feel it, even though it's been however many years.
We're on marjoram, LOL. Conked out. My neck feels great though.
Yeah. I think somebody was talking about having an oil bottle leash so that when it falls, it just dangles instead of hits the ground. I like that. I'm going to have to work on a design with that. Get with the engineering department here and figure that one out.
Like the one that goes.
Right.
Cords have been a challenge for me, and now I'm having a better experience cleaning, cutting them.
I would say cords are very substantial for everybody, but the more people you're around, the more that they play a role. And it doesn't even necessarily mean negative, but it's just like it's more sources of influence. And so going through and cleaning those up really can be a game changer.
There's a protocol for cleaning etheric cords from the Phoenix technique class, but it is slightly different. Is there a reason to use one protocol rather than the other?
This one's just very general. That was very specific for what we were doing in that. Either one will work, but this one is more geared towards targeting the nervous system as well. And so we're kind of doing a 1-2 punch. You could do a version of it, but sometimes things get adjusted because if I did everything the way that like we're doing here, weekend class could be 5 days. You need to start making choices and adjustments. And so that's in therapy, that's in everything. And so here we're just talking about cords by itself, like no other factors. And so if you're doing the Phoenix technique, I would do it like it's in the Phoenix technique. If you're just doing a little bit of maintenance and you want to do just a little bit of something, each one of these things is set up just to be a thing on its own. So you don't have to go through and follow this in order. I did it in a certain kind of order, but if you want to do that, great. If not, you want to just pull one out and do it, it's set up and ready to go for you.
What is the difference between manually cutting cords and using the oils?
I find that the oils actually are a bit more cleansing and have a little bit more of a release, because you are adjusting the nervous system when you go through and do it. Where manually cutting them, it does work, but there's usually no adjustment in the nervous system unless you go through and work on the nervous system right after. Now, part of what you can do with energy is, like in the next segment we're going to do, is talking about the protective web. Is after you cut the cord, you go to the protective web, then you're starting to get into the same ballpark. Yeah. Energy cutting cords is good, but like we were talking about before, the more relaxed you can be, the more the cords fall away. So the cord is there because of overstimulation of the sympathetic nervous system. So just cutting sometimes isn't enough. You still have to calm things down. Yeah.
I'm still working on a bib patent, like for the dropping. I often feel my clients' moods and ailments before they come into my office. Would this protocol help?
Yeah, I mean, that's also empathizing a little bit, and you do have cords with people who are coming in. I mean, it would help you from taking it on, but you're, doing what you're doing, you're still going to feel it. It will be less impactful, it won't be as agitating to your body. Say you have somebody who's coming in who's super anxious, you might feel their anxiety, but it's not impacting your physiology, Okay, you guys, so how about we'll take a break. We'll come back at 5 after, and we'll do protective webs. Okay, everybody, let's come on back. We're going to do one more before the end of the day. And this is a thing referred to as the protective web. So this will take a little bit of explaining, but think of it like this. A protective web is like a filter that keeps potentially negative things from the environment from entering your energy field. It doesn't keep it all out, but it keeps certain things out, like parasitic energies from other people to a certain extent, right? To a certain extent. Think of it like a coffee filter for each of your energy centers. It's just keeps out certain things still get through, but it keeps out the big stuff, right? And so your chakra kind of looks like this, but coming in here. It's wide and then keeps getting narrower and narrower as it comes into the spine and a central channel that runs through your body. So your chakra looks like a funnel, so to speak. So it's out of the body and then starts narrowing as it comes into the body and then goes into the spine. So in between the surface of the chakra and your body is a thing called the protective web, or this filter, right? And so let's look at it from the point of view of being in just negative environments where they're not etherically clean. That's like a good example is a cemetery. You go to a cemetery, there is the elements of decay in the cemetery. So your protective web tightens up a little bit to not allow that stuff to enter in so that your body doesn't start decaying, right? Same like if really super negative things have happened in a particular environment, acts of violence, say in a house, and you go in there is elements that are associated with that. Your energy body senses that, tightens up so that when those energies try to impact your chakra or your energy body, it doesn't allow them in for the most part, right? Now, what happens also is, say you're feeling fine, you go into your work and your boss starts yelling at you, right? Like, gets really super aggressive. Some sort of negative projection, manipulation, violent talk, aggressive. Your protective webs, again, tense up to not allow that energy to impact you. Now, it doesn't allow energy in, but when they're tense, it also reduces the amount that releases, right? So a lot of times if there is energy impacted in your energy body, like earlier, some people had some things coming out of their body where an old trauma or an old whatever kind of came up. Some of that is because the web has tightened up to keep things out, but it also kept things in, right? So part of what happens when that firms up, if you think about it, it's a protective mechanism. It's tied to going into fight flight, right? So even though you walk away from the situations, or the situations had a couple of days or a week or a month, the protective web doesn't necessarily go, well, you know, that jerk left, let's relax, right? It still tightens up and it keeps you in a fight flight response. Now, here's other situations where I've seen it happen. Car accidents, you know, like a trip and fall. I've seen it happen really bad in really bad weather, like where a hurricane happened or tornado, around a fire. You know, the energy body tightens up. It's like, I do not want any part of that, right? Like it's feeling chaotic, right? And so even chaotic situations where you're at a Chuck E. Cheese or something, it's loud and there's things moving around, and boy, where did I get Chuck E. Cheese? Like, I've never even been to one of those. Oh, it's your niece. You know, for little kids, they're having fun and good time, but as an adult, it might feel a little chaotic. So the web goes, let's step it up a notch, right? So it's a protective mechanism. It helps keep your body stable, but it also can inhibit you expelling out energies, right? Especially emotions and thoughts and things like that. It will get engaged also with pain syndromes, right? So different pain syndromes. The protective web is tied to the sympathetic nervous system or fight flight. It's also associated with your fascia, your connective tissue and your fascia. So even sometimes body tension that you feel in your body actually is tied to this component, right? So here we want to clean this up, right? We want to relax those protective webs. And in relaxing them, right? In relaxing them, you're starting to calm some of that fight flight response. Now, this is not the total thing that triggers fight flight. It's just a contributing factor. Sometimes you go through and you correct a whole bunch of things and you're like, it's still there. Things are still being manipulated by the protective webs, right? So this can be relaxing, but in a different way than the cords. So this is a little bit harder to measure, but what you could do is just think of situations where maybe you feel a little bit anxious, you're waiting for the other shoe to drop, you're feeling like, I don't know about that. Something feels a little weird, you know, just whatever it is, something where you feel concern or waiting for the shoe to drop or a little bit of anxiety. I even listed Linden Blossom. Linden Blossom, I haven't used, I have Linden Blossom, but this used to be my go-to thing for protective webs before the protective web blend. But Linden Blossom is the blossoms of lime trees, where neroli is the blossoms of oranges, the linden is the lime. Helichrysum will work, clary sage will work, Gordaldo, which is a type of yarrow that I finally was able to run down again.
And if you're wondering which one's in the kit, it's the Gordaldo.
Oh boy, I gave it some fancy. I couldn't wait to share. Yeah, I love me some Gordaldo. Hey, just begin inhaling. You're not thinking about anything in particular. Long, slow, deep breath.
Oh, it also has protective webs.
Oh, good. Now just let that go for a second. Just notice how you feel. Yeah, I love me some protective web.
Between Gordaldo or the protective web.
Do the protective web.
The
Yeah,
protective web.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Now, let's just do an experiment. Think of a situation that makes you anxious, uncomfortable, a person anxious, uncomfortable. You're waiting for the other shoe to drop. Sometimes it's just a feeling. It's not even about something in particular. That can be a kind of clairvoyance. It could be just activation of the web. Part of, like, have you ever done a thing? I'm going to keep talking while you're doing this. Have you ever been like walking down the street and all of a sudden you kind of look over, like you feel drawn to like look over and somebody's looking at you? Part of that is what you would call auric awareness. And part of your auric awareness is tied to the quality of the protective web. Like you can feel things in your aura and kind of respond to them. And even clairvoyance is, well, there's different kinds of clairvoyance, but one type is you're opening and closing the web. You know, you're opening up for information to come in. And then just pause. Notice how you feel. How's that feel to you? Yeah. So Samantha, like, she looks a little more relaxed and she said it feels almost like strengthening. Yeah. Okay. So now check in with your body. Where do you feel something? As you check in with your body, start taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on some part of your body where you feel some agitation. Now, drop down to your kidneys. Mm. Loving them what kind of work? Like it's a B minus choice. Mm. Partial release, wintergreen. B choices, but they'll work. And then just be still. How does it make you feel? What do you notice in your body? You're releasing things out of your body just by doing this once. Things are starting, blockages, stress, traumas, they're coming out in a way that's very gentle, but it's coming out. You know, you're releasing it out of your tissue. Yeah. So Samantha says, like your aura,
Yeah.
like she says in her aura, it feels like more quiet, more stillness. Yeah. Okay, you're inhaling again. You're having body awareness. And then your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys again. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the kidneys. Then just pause and be still. You're on body awareness. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Like, how are you feeling?
Okay. Less emotional.
You look like you were looking for something.
Yeah, emotions.
Yeah. So like I just asked Samantha, like, how are you doing? And she was like, you know, and she goes, I feel less emotional, like everything feels quiet, but less emotions. And again, remember, the stimulation of the sympathetic part of the nervous system, or fight flight, is tied to like animating the elements, be it that it's good or negative, it's animating the elements. But a lot of times when it's agitated, which is for most of us, it's stress, it's agitation, it's frustration, it's defensiveness, it's, you know, putting the guard up a little bit, like all these things. And then when you go into rest and repair, it's like the elements then, you know, which is your body parts, your functions and everything goes, okay, let's revitalize. We had a rough day. There was a lot of stress stimulation today. So fight flight turns into part of your thought processes. It turns into emotions. It turns into your thought processes, how some of these things are formed. And so when you start calming all this down, you realize there's not as much chatter in my head, and my emotions are a little bit calmer than I thought. You know, when we get triggered, the agitation comes, the thoughts come. But when you start calming down the nervous system, you realize the chatter in my head is more neurological than psychological. That monkey mind is just an agitated nervous system, right? It's not so much your psyche, you know. So here we're going to go through and do a thing for calming fight or flight. So you have choices: Eucalyptus citrodora, jasmine, lemon verbena, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, melissa. Any of those are good choices. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here, just whatever oil you're using, just start taking long, slow, deep breaths before we even start going down the rabbit hole. And then just pause and be still. Notice what you feel. Begin inhaling this time. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Sex chakra is also known as the root brain, not the root chakra, the root brain, and is tied to instinctive responses. Move your awareness to the low back area. Opposite your navel, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And now body awareness. Put your awareness on the body, wherever you feel something, and then take long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the body. And then just be still. Just be still. Let's do it one more time. You're inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Actually, let's do it like this. Think of a situation that causes you anxiety. Reflect on it, focus on it, And inhale with your awareness on the sex chakra. Continue thinking of that situation. Your awareness is on the low back. Back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat. And check in with your body. Body awareness. And then be still. Be still. Notice how you feel. Think of those situations that would produce anxiety and just see where they're at. Let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Kind of curious, yeah?
Yeah, go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there. Could you explain what the first piece was? If the second piece was calming, fight, flight, what was the protective webs?
That's still calming, fight, flight. Yeah. Either way, you're calming down the overstimulation of the sympathetic nervous system, which is fight, flight. The first one was the energetic version of it, and then the second was specifically targeting the nervous system.
Okay. My experience with that was this incredible sense of alertness. Just
yeah, that could be like You could think of the protective webs is like what they used to say in ancient times as veils. Like, so when they're clean and they're relaxed, you can perceive like outside of yourself, or you can perceive like the other side or going deep, whatever it might be. There's like an awareness that increases, but it's not like when the sympathetic activity is super like agitated, you're really focused because you're like, what's going to happen? The other shoe's going to drop. I gotta keep my awareness up, because if I put my guard down, something bad's going to happen. When it all relaxes, it's like you shift into awareness where you're just like, okay, all these things are good. I'm aware of all these things. Doesn't mean that you couldn't go into focus, but it's not, you're being forced into focus and you can't let go of the focus. It's like you get to kind of choose. And so, yeah, I would say, I don't know that I would say it's tied to like expansive. Like sometimes I think it is, sometimes I think it's not. I think it's just that piece of stillness or awareness that can lead to expansion. But it's like when you're practicing stillness or just practicing sustained awareness, this is what you're shooting for.
Yeah, my first sense was this incredibly deep presence.
Yeah.
And then a deep alertness. And I was
Right.
reminded of my meditation teacher saying, if you threw a stick at a lion, the lion would not follow the stick. They would look at where the stick came from. And for
Right.
some reason that came to me.
Yeah.
And as the alertness got like heightened, there was almost an edge of, at first I wanted to call it anxiety, but it was more like really watchful for what was going to happen.
Right. Well, I mean, that brings up a good point. Like when you increase your awareness, sometimes it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. Like you're aware of like, maybe these people aren't as nice to me as I think, or maybe they have bad intentions, or maybe the situation isn't as safe as I thought. Like, like I had a hard time in the early days of doing sustained awareness practices because I would go out in public and I could feel just like the negativity that people were grinding on. None of it had to do with me, but it was just like, this, I have to do this, I have to do that, like, I have to wait in line, I have to push this button. It's just, it takes a little bit to get used to. And then after that, it's just like, you just don't kind of look. I remember somebody asking Master Choa, they asked him, it was just funny because his response, they go, do you walk around reading people's thoughts? And he went, like the way his head snapped back, he was like, no, why would I do that? It's just everybody being cranky and grouchy. It's kind of the case sometimes. I'm not saying around maybe the people are in your immediate vicinity, but when you go out in public, a lot of people are not a happy camper, if that makes sense. So it just depends. I had a rule, like my worst case thing is one time I did sustained awareness meditation. I went to Costco and I was like, I'll never do that again. And then I was like, I'm not allowed to go outside within 24 hours of doing sustained awareness meditations. Now it doesn't bother me at all. But in the early days, and every once in a while, I'll still have a moment of like, ugh, but you get used to it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Does that help?
It does. I wasn't sure what the
Yeah.
shift, because in the beginning it was just this incredible alertness, and then it started to have a little bit of an edge to it.
If you think about it, like every time your energy field gets kind of bigger, you have to get like almost used to being able to be non-reactive with a bigger group of people being in your energy field.
Okay, that helps.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Sarah, then Laura.
Hey, Sarah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, thanks. So I'd never heard of protective webs before, so interesting experience. And then the second part, the calming part, I had a really good aha. So my kind of thing that I was worried about, I've lived in the UK, born in the UK, lived in the US for the last 20 years or so, moved all over the place, both in the UK and the US. And I have this thing like I'm going to be 60 next year and I'm not settled anywhere, you know, quotes
Mhm.
on quotes.
Mhm.
And I've had lots of different houses, was married to a Navy guy in the States, you know, lived all over the place in the States. And then what happened was in that exercise, I went back to the laundry room in one of my British houses when I was married to my first husband. And I used to go in there to hide from him, you know, because I was just like fed up of being around him.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it was
I hear you.
bad, but it was just
Great
like,
place
you
to
know,
hide. Yeah.
yeah, it just didn't work out. And I was like, well, I was never settled there anyway.
Right.
You know, I was like, so what was that all about? That
Yeah.
thinking. So it was like it helped pull out an illusion or something from the
Yeah.
protective
No,
web.
that's like it's kind of what I was saying to Barbara is we kind of have these veils sometimes where you know it helps us to survive in situations, but like the more we kind of clean off the accumulations on the protective webs, the more we perceive things like clearer around us, and then you realize, oh yeah, this sucks. Like it's not all like hugs and kisses and like, oh, this is amazing and peaceful. It's like, okay, I have this peace, and I realize, yeah, this totally bites whatever. Like this just blows. Like I do not want to do it anymore. Like you do have those awarenesses, but it's like a peaceful version of this blows. You know, like this is not what I want to do. You know. Yeah, but it's like you still are like in a way like non-reactive to it. You acknowledge it and you go, well, now I need to make choices. Where before in fight flight, you're like, I gotta do this, I gotta get away, I gotta have time to myself, I gotta, you know, you're in fight flight, so you're not really thinking out why you're feeling that way. And so when it calms down, you realize, yeah, I feel this way because this sucks. Like this, I'm not happy here. I'm just so not happy here.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah. So I love that you had an aha moment. And I love that you hid in the laundry room. I think that's perfect.
Yeah, I always had to
Great
have
place to go. You know he's not going to go there.
yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And I had to have energetic breaks from both my husband's families. So it's like that thing you said earlier about it not being your tribe.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I bet they thought I had like an overactive bladder or something because I was always going to the bathroom when I was at their house. And I had one other question. I didn't have the eucalyptus oil that you had, but I used eucalyptus radiata and that seemed to work all right. Is that okay?
Yeah, like you want to shoot for some things that, like, if you notice, like Eucalyptus citrodora, the lemon verbena, lemongrass, let's see, cubeba, melissa, they all have like kind of a lemony scent. And there's something in the chemistry that provides that lemon scent that is very good for anxiety in this particular realm. Jasmine being an exception here. The radiata would still work, but you want to find something that's got a little bit of a lemony thing to it.
Yeah, I need to get some Melissa anyway, so I'm sure that'll cover it.
Oh yeah, Melissa's magic.
Yeah, great. Thanks a lot. Perfect.
You're so
Thank you.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. I get, this is my question every time. obviously this whole thing this today is all interconnected. How do we break it down to start practicing? Is it better to
Each one of these
focus for a few
pieces
days?
is completely independent. Like, you know, they do work as like an operating like unit themselves, where you could go through, like we're sitting here chatting about a whole bunch, and you could probably fire through a good part of this, like what we did today, in about 30, 45 minutes. Right. But we're
Is it
talking
better
about it, we're
to,
experimenting. But like if you go like chords, like I have a chord thing, skip everything, just go right to the little chord section. Like you don't have to do all the pieces.
so if you were trying to do all the pieces, could you do just one cycle for each thing? Or is it better to do it more in depth?
If you're
and
doing
break it up?
maintenance, I would do one cycle for everything. If you were really working something like a couple of nights ago, I was doing some work on myself, and I kept doing several cycles on the aura. Like I would do some work, I would clean the aura. I'd do some work, I'd clean the aura. I'd do some work, I'd clean the aura. And I was like, God, when is this ever going to stop? I'd do some work, I'd clean the aura. And you can go deep on one thing, but if you're just doing maintenance, you can just fire through and do one. But you're usually going to find that one area really kind of rocks you a little bit. You know, like I think a lot of people, etheric chords like was a thing, and it's not always going to be the same for you. Like it might be etheric chords most times, and then one time it might be health rays for a while, and then you know you'll kind of go through little phases. When something really rocks you, I would say you drop everything else and just go deep on that one for a while.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Like I would do health rays, for example, on your knees. Like I know you're doing some work on your knees. So, you know, you could do your whole body, but then just sit and focus on your knees with the health rays, and it will just keep opening things up so that the rate of healing and diminishing like inflammation and lymphatic movement is increased. Yeah.
Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Like Samantha has a shoulder, like it doesn't bother her very much, and then it'll start going out. And I've done healings. We put things on for like clinical reasons. Every time I go through and straighten out the health rays, shoulder issue completely goes away. Everything else kind of so-so, but when I treat the health rays on her shoulder, so now her shoulder started going out, she just inhales health rays, and the shoulder like in 15 minutes is fine, you know.
And then Troy, you were unmuted. I don't know if that was on purpose.
Yeah, I didn't know I was. I didn't mean to. I'm just spaced out here.
Good for you.
Funny that you mentioned the monkey mind. Minutes ago, while doing this, I was thinking, you need an oil blend called Monkey Tamer.
Yeah. Yeah, Monkey Tamer.
I do feel addicted to that sympathetic state, so I'm used to it.
Yeah.
Being calm feels unfamiliar.
Yeah. Very common for people to be like you know, I remember like kind of thinking like, oh, people are addicted to stress, but or that state. But sometimes it's like when that comes down, it's literally like I've felt myself like go into a deeper state of like stillness or like calmness or something, or you know, maybe I've let something go or worked through something, release something. And then after it's gone, I'm like, oh, I feel calmer. I feel a little more peaceful. But now what do I do? Like that's the thing with stress. You kind of know what to do. Like you have your plan, you have your strategy. And when it goes away, you're like, well, now I'm supposed to. And it's kind of a weird thing to say. But sometimes that stress almost feels like it defines you a little bit. And then you take it away and you go, well, I don't have that stress. So it takes you a little bit to work through it. I mean, it usually is like a day or two, but I've caught myself in that little thing like, well, what does this mean? Like, what do I do now? Or I don't know what to do. When I'm stressed, I know I can fight or I can run or I can be still or I can do something, right? But when that goes away, it's like, well, now what? Like, I'm not quite sure. Part of being like really used to that state is being uncomfortable with the, well, now what? Think of it like you're meeting like a new person, and like on paper, maybe you're supposed to like them or you like them for whatever reason, but it's a little bit awkward and you're trying to get used to like interacting with them and getting to know the little nuances so you guys can be like kind of friends, or, you know, you're dating or something. It's kind of like that, but a different state within yourself. Like, oh, well, I guess I just sit here and relax. Okay, well, what does that look like? You know, it's like, because you're having a new experience. So you kind of have to like go, well, now what do I do? Okay, well, I can make myself busy, or I can just sit here and observe. I can think about things. I don't know what to do. You know, it passes, something will kind of come in, but you're allowing yourself to explore a new experience.
When you first start talking about, they were like, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I know that feeling well. Like, you know, you go through and you release something very deep, and then it comes out and you're like, oh, I got rid of that old trauma or whatever it is. Now what do I do? Like, I don't know what to do with myself after that. Okay, well, you know, after you do it a couple times, it gets easier, but still it can be uncomfortable for a short amount of time. And you just have to go, well, I'm just gonna sit with it. So I'll tell you where my mind goes. I must be doing something wrong. And then I sit with that and it goes like, no, it's just, I'm not being stressed out and taking action, but there's no action to be taken right here. So again, my mind keeps going, well, you put your guard down, you're not doing something, you're doing something wrong. But am I? No. You know, it's almost like you just kind of question the different thoughts or feelings that come up, and then you realize, oh, you know, we used to have a joke, me and a couple of therapist friends would get together and we'd go, oh, there's a clinical name for that condition. It's called inner peace. You know, inner peace is not always that comfortable. You know, at first it might not be. After a while, it's very comfortable. But at first, when it's new, it's like, you know, and then you go a little deeper in it, a little deeper in it, a little deeper in it. And it's like, okay. You know, like I'd say it like this. Let's like, if we let all of this go, like what we're talking about, you know, if you give a creative person a lot of, like you say, okay, I want you to create this little thing. I want you to create whatever it is. And here's the parameters. And it's very restrictive. And they'll complain about it all day long. But within those parameters, it's upsetting. They don't like it. They'll complain about it. They'll rebel against it, but then they'll produce something. And it's usually, you know, pretty good, right? Then you go, okay, do it again. And they complain about it, you know, same thing. All those pieces, they'll complain about it. They'll resist it. They'll rebel. They'll talk with their friends about how horrible it is. And then they produce something. If you want to freak them out, go create anything you want. No restrictions. They lose it. Like they lose it. They flip out. They have no definition. They have no drive. That creative component is based on conflict, right? And so when you pull the conflict out, you kind of don't know what to do. You're going to have enough conflict going through your day. Like it's nice to be able to experience that lack of conflict you know, when you're resting, when you're meditating, when you're with your partner, when you're sleeping, whatever it is. You know, there's enough time in the day to deal with difficulty and conflict. Yeah, at least that's what I always tell myself. There's enough time in the day for that. I hope that helps.
Yeah, they said thank you. And then what oil for that state?
Yeah, I to become okay with it, I've used tuberose, I've used aloes, and I've used poplar. Nothing is like super magical and all that, but probably the one I go to the most is tuberose. Yeah.
This is my asking assemblage point. Or does that
Yeah,
do something else?
assemblage point is a little bit more about shifting perceptions and resistances. And so if you're having a hard time going to that state and maintaining it, I would say assemblage point. But if you're just there and you're like, okay, I feel uncomfortable, probably just something that to soothe you so you can have the experience. But if you get there and you're like, I can't do this, then I would say go assemblage point. Because it's like resistances and things. Yeah. Another good one, mana. Mana could be another good one for that. That's great. Yeah, that's an anointing oil that. Yeah, healing.
This last one, I feel it in my jaws and ears. I still feel it. It's achy.
Jaws and ears. Maybe go back to the marjoram, the one that was for the cords, and do body awareness in the jaws. Yeah. My guess is that's probably tied to some connection to somebody or some situation.
In thinking of the situation, protective web segment was much harder for me than the previous segments. It
Yeah.
took longer to relax.
Yeah.
I was a bit distracted because I couldn't even find my larger bottle of protective webs.
Yeah.
What is the relationship between the protective webs and the kidneys? Also,
Yeah, the kidneys are tied to some aspects of your fight flight. And you know, the adrenals being right there. And part of the quality of the protective webs is based on the basic chakra. That's a whole nother layer of purification that I didn't want to go super deep in here because it opens up a lot of cans of worms as far as like what comes out of you. But the kidneys is like the quality of the webs. And so sometimes these webs get like little tears and they get agitated, there's tension. And by working the kidneys, it relaxes the webs and it repairs the tears. And so yeah, like anytime you have a protective web issue, you go to the kidneys. Yeah.
also in the prior protocol, the parasympathetic nervous system, how are the jaw minors related?
They're tied to the throat, and they're tied to other people projecting negativity at you. Like you could tell how much somebody's had stuff projected at them from other people by looking and measuring in the jaws. And so it's tied to some lower mental activity, like you have instinctive responses, you have feelings, and then you have the mind, but then there's levels of the mind. The jaws are tied to the throat, and the throat is lower mental, so critical thinking. And so when like the instinctive responses are overstimulated, or your sympathetic nervous system is overstimulated, part of it is the Mingmen become super overactivated, the solar plexus gets super overactivated, the forehead gets super activated. So that makes you like, you know, if you've ever been around somebody where it's like you feel like you're walking on eggshells around them, it's because those centers are all super overactivated. But if you look, the area that's the most overactivated is your jaws, right? And so if you clench your jaws, it overactivates the forehead, the solar plexus, and the Ming Men. So if you calm that down, the forehead regulates, the solar plexus regulates, the Ming Men regulates in this particular scenario. Yeah. Yeah. Like I used to do this thing, like when I was teaching energy medicine, I'd have people scan the aura and scan the width of the Ming Men, the solar plexus, the forehead, and then I'd have the person being scanned clench their jaws. Everything got super overactivated. It's in that clenching is like a type of sensitivity that is like highly overreactive.
So while doing the etheric chords, a lot of emotion came up and my heart started to pound and I was feeling almost anxious. Even after the parasympathetic and marjoram, I could still feel it pounding in my chest. I was like, why am I not experiencing this beautiful calm and sleepiness everyone else is getting? But doing this protective web section has helped calm the anxiety and heart racing down.
Oh, good.
I feel calm. Could you try protective web sections to help calm the nervous system, then cut cords, then go back to protective webs if you feel like you're trying to dissolve a big cord? Or what would you suggest?
Yeah, I mean, you can sit and play with it a little bit. Like, you know, if that made you feel better and then you go back, I would say probably also maybe visit the health rays. Yeah. Just because health rays are going to help you to detoxify physically and energetically. Like it's just going to help you kick things off. And sometimes what's happening is something might be coming out, but it's just not all the way out. Open up the pathway so it can just flush out.
I had trouble staying in my body with the first round of protective webs. Only came back to shift because of change oil. It was like instant meditation, aware but away, far away. Why would this be after the protective webs? Should I have thought that?
No, it's just sustained awareness. Yeah. So sometimes we're not aware. We spend time, even though we don't think we're focused, we're just focused on things that maybe we shouldn't be or don't choose to be. But sustained awareness is usually not something that people experience naturally unless they do it with intention.
So that's actually someone's question. What is sustained awareness?
Yeah, it's your ability to be aware of your environment or how you feel, something internal, something higher. You're aware without being focused. Like if I poke my wrist, my arm, that's focus. This is awareness. It's soft, it's gentle, it's not about one thing. Focus is one pointed. Like focus is like, if you think about it, think of somebody that you know that is super focused and they're looking at something, they're super focused, and then you go, Greg, nothing. They don't hear anything because they're so one pointed, right? Then you have people who are super aware. They're aware of all the little sounds and everything going in their environment. But then you say, okay, I need you to write down the numbers 1 through 10 on a piece of paper. They have a hard time pulling in their focus and going into the situation. So sustained awareness in a negative way can be overstimulation from the things in the environment, right? But sustained awareness is just like awareness of an expanding like level of consciousness, you could say, right? And so the goal is to be able to do both, to be able to be aware and to be able to focus. People are usually better at one or the other.
When you have a compromised knee or shoulder and have been using something like Joint Relief or Arthrocare, do the oils in these blends help the Health Rays, or do we apply Health Rays body tonic and then apply the Joint Relief?
I mean, they do to a certain extent. Sometimes they have more of an impact on lymphatic function. Which one is it? Joint Relief, or they have a little bit more of an impact on the nervous system themselves. You know, here we're talking about, so there's the energetic mechanics and the nervous system, right? And so here we're talking about these pieces. There's three systems that really impact everything, all your physiology, your psychology, your energy body, all of these things. Your nervous system, your endocrine system, and your immune system, right? So there's the energetic mechanics of the nervous system, and then completely different correlations would be the energetic mechanics of the chakras, right? So it's still energetic mechanics, but you're addressing other things now. And then there's the energetic mechanics and the immune system. And those three systems, those three body systems kind of combine together as one bigger system. Like all those systems combine and make an even bigger interactive unit, right? And so different pieces of the energy anatomy will do different things. So here we're talking about these things, but sometimes you're needing to stimulate immune function, sometimes you're needing to stimulate endocrine function, sometimes it's all of it. And so some of those things are not necessarily something that would be in this particular class. We're going to cover all three, by the way, just not this weekend. Each one will take a weekend.
And then go ahead, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Greg, could you talk more about, so if the goal is to be able to have sustained awareness and then also to be focused, I'm having a little, where would I find information about like how you combine those and what that, I'm having trouble even imagining what that experience might be like.
You don't manually do them at the same time. You develop each one independently, and eventually they merge together themselves. And so sustained awareness would be things like Lama Yoga, or like you're in PH, so Dion, which is just Lama Yoga. So Lama Yoga is developing the sustained awareness, right? Then practices where you're moving energy through the body, that is developing focus, right? So even like if you look at in the protocols that we do, right, there's some where it's like you do this chakra pattern, that's focus. Then it's the other one is be aware of your body. What's a thing in your body? Be aware of your spine. Check in with your spine. That's awareness. And so eventually what happens is they begin to merge, right? So the goal is to actually develop each one of them independently, and then there starts to be like a kind of emergence. So you have focus and you have awareness, but the other piece of that is oneness, like a certain level of degree of oneness. And so each one of them is worked independently, and then eventually they come together, and in India they call it samayama. And it's just a natural emergence of where you have sustained awareness, focus, and oneness all at the same time. Yeah.
And will it be obvious when you're at that spot?
It happens in small movements, but like at some point you'll look back and go, wait, I didn't used to be like this. But like you can be focused and aware at the same time. For example, out of all of them, focus is probably the hardest. Yeah. Because the tendency is we get focused on other things. To be able to get one pointed and stay focused and not get distracted, it's harder for some. The awareness, you have expansion, you can start paying attention, The difficulty is just overstimulation. Sometimes people have a hard time pulling out of it. You would call them, oh, they're not very grounded. Like, you know, you would say some version of that. But the focus would be like moving energy through the body, like in Kundalini practices, things like that.
Okay, so in the Arhatic Yoga for PH, they go through both of those practices.
Right.
So, yeah, okay. So eventually, you're with those, it'll bring you closer to being able to merge them.
Yeah, you're practicing each one independently, and then eventually they merge.
Okay.
Yeah. Not all practices do all three, but there are some that do, you know. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Even in the reflection of some of the stuff that we do here, there's focus, there's awareness, there's oneness being practiced. Like in the things with Astara, same thing. In SRF, I think they do some similar things. Like it's not every practice, but in the Nyingma tradition, we would practice all three different components. Yeah. They don't necessarily say this is what you're doing and why you're doing it. It's just like kind of built into the practice.
So like with the oils, when we're moving, I always imagine moving energy when we're doing the oils from one spot to the other. Is that true?
It's just following the pattern. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily, the moving is just how they do it in meditation, but you're going, okay, forehead, ajna, throat, heart. You don't necessarily have to be moving it. You're just staying focused on each center. That is a type of focus. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, yeah.
When we place our awareness on the spine, I noticed that my spine was inflexible. It got more pliable, and it's so satisfying when my back cracks while stretching.
Oh yeah. Marjoram should help that. Spikenard, vetiver, valerian, all those should help. Yeah. Yeah. Spine needs lots of cleansing. You know, it's just one of those things. I clean my spine every day. Every day. Not because of injuries, just because it's like it's the when you're releasing like old emotions and thoughts, the spinal cord is still an extension of the brain and of the mind. So it's usually the deepest place where something comes out, like an old emotion, an old thought, a way of thinking. The deepest release is from the spinal cord.
What are your faves for spinal cleanup?
Spikenard, vetiver. I use marjoram when I need to loosen it up, like when something's out of place. And then aloes. I love to use aloes on my back. Yeah. Not spikenard, galbanum as well. Galbanum is, yeah.
This class rocks.
Yeah.
Perfect timing for me. Lots of thank yous.
Good.
And this was just day one, guys. So
Yeah.
come hang out with us tomorrow.
We'll do some other things. I think it's a nice pace too. We're doing a little bit of work. We're doing a little bit of talk. We're doing a little bit of sharing. You know, we're integrating some of the information where some of the classes were really kind of barreling through protocols. I wanted to make this so that we could chat things out a little bit and I could lecture a little bit more. So I think it's a good combo.
A couple more spine questions.
Yeah,
The oils you mentioned, would it be inhalation or?
Yeah,
topical?
inhalation with your awareness on, if your back is like out of alignment, put marjoram directly on the back. I mean, you can still inhale, but marjoram a lot of times will help to correct some subluxations, you know, some things out of place. But those other things are more about kind of calming down and cleaning the spine.
You mentioned spike lavender for spine at one point. Is
Yeah,
that
you
good
could do
for
that.
deep releases?
A part of it. You know, spike lavender is really good for the movement of cerebral spinal fluid circulation. And so it's a way to kind of release things out of the body, a little bit different than what I'm saying, but still in the same vein. I know that's a vague answer, but it's splitting hairs, but it doesn't do quite the same thing, but it does something. Yeah, spike lavender is very interesting. Very different than, similar to lavender, but very, very different than lavender.
Lots of thank yous. Amazing day. Thank you so much. Love how this integrates with so many things. Amazing. Learned so much. Thank you. Thank you. Someone's asking, how about peppermint on the spine?
For herniated discs or spine, you know, neurological pain, yes. Yeah.
All right.